Mr. Worthy,
Here.
Dr. Gant,
Here.
Dr. Knox,
Here.
Dr. Maddox.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum present. We'll move forward with item 1.3, which is our silent meditation. Thank you very much. All right, we'll move forward from here with item number 2, which is our recognition of awards. And item 2.1 is our employee of the month. Dr. Thomas?
Yes, we will begin with Ms. Moore doing our employee of the month, and then I think she may have one other recognition, and then I have a couple of recognitions, Dr. Gant.
Good evening.
I am pleased to be here tonight to share
for granted. And so we appreciate his service to the Athens Clarke County community and his treatment of CCSD. I would also like to say congratulations to Mr. Berry. I have the pleasure of working with him when I was at JJ Harris, and everything that was said about him is true. He also drives some of our high school routes for academic events and out of town trips, and does an amazing job, and is always pleasant and easy to work with. So congratulations to him as well. As I transition on, I want to publicly thank Mr. Michael Harris, who has worked with us for the past 3 years in a couple of different capacities. He worked in our Office of Curriculum and Instruction, and most recently in our Human Resources Department. And Mr. Harris has done an excellent job. He's led some of our work in terms of parent-to-teacher pipeline and work with teacher mentoring, new teacher induction, work on our teacher retention and recruitment. And he's returning home for a position there. And we just want to thank him for his service to CCSD, our students, and our staff. And next is a recognition and thank you to our 3 outgoing board members. And I would like to start with Mr. Antoine Stevens. And we do have for each of you a small token of appreciation, and we will get that to you as soon as we're able to make human contact again. But we want to thank Mr. Stevens for coming in a difficult time to replace a replacement. And we know that's not always easy. And Mr. Stevens has pushed us to think differently about things and to look at all sides of things and to make sure that we use our conscience and that we are thinking equitably when we make decisions for students and for families. And so, although it was only a brief tenure, we thank you, and we will remember many of the things you would say, just to urge us to always think about marginalized families. So we thank you for that. Next, we thank Dr. John Knox. He has been with us longer, from 2016 to 2020. And Mr. Knox has served on, Dr. Knox, I'm so sorry, has served on many committees. He has chaired committees. He has utilized his professional knowledge to help us as a school district. He has really worked to help ensure that our families on the east side of Athens are well represented through their representation on the Board of Education. And he has helped to push us as well. He and Mr. Worthy have had some fun pushing us back and forth together. And we have grown and become better because of that. And so for that, we want to say thank you for your service to Clarke County School District and your commitment to our students and our staff. Last but not least, we have Mr. Charles Worthy. And Mr. Worthy has been on our board for the longest amount of time. And I think he began serving in this role in 2005. And I have a proclamation that I want to read on behalf of Mayor Kelly Gertz. Mayor Gertz was actually a student of Mr. Worthy, and he wanted to be here with us this evening, but had a commitment with our ACC government and had to facilitate a meeting himself. But before I read this, just Mr. Worthy, on behalf of the Clarke County School District and your colleagues, I want to thank you for your service. Thank you for your role on many committees. Thank you for ensuring that we adhere to parliamentary procedures and that we are always thinking about the correct policy and doing things in an orderly fashion so that we can accomplish the work of Clarke County Schools. And we will always be appreciative of you for that and for your time commitment and your service to our students and staff. I would now like to read this proclamation. Proclamation, Charles Worthy Day. Whereas Charles Worthy has dedicated 44 years in service to the students, staff, and families of the Clark County School District. Whereas Charles Worthy has provided leadership as a classroom teacher, assistant principal, associate principal, and ultimately principal of Cedar Shoals High School. I bet you all didn't know that, from which he retired after 17 years in 2003, and upon retirement was recognized with the administrative building named in his honor in 2009. Whereas Charles Worthy left retirement in 2005 to again serve the students and families in our community as an elected Board of Education member representing District 6. And upon recognition of his service, knowledge, and commitment, he was reelected by his peers 6 consecutive times to serve 12 years as president of the Board of Education. Whereas Charles Worthy has helped oversee major management of the district, including most recently chairperson of the Property Committee and chairperson of the Finance Committee. He gained national recognition for his leadership with the National School Board Association, where he has served on appointed committees to address educational issues across the nation, most recently as a panelist in Creating Change in Turbulent Times discussion. Whereas Charles Worthy has been a voice of reason and tolerance, not only in his office, but also in the civic activities and service to his church and community, giving and receiving numerous awards and being inducted into the Cedar Shoals Hall of Fame in 2018. Whereas Charles Worthy has left a lasting legacy to the Clark County School District, his coworkers, associates, colleagues in the Athens-Clark County by his example of leadership and ethics. Whereas Charles Worthy, a devoted family man, loving husband to Ruby Grady Worthy, proud father to Charles Duane and Gregory Worthy, and proud grandfather to Avery, will end his tenure as a member of the Board of Education effective December 31st, 2020. Whereas due to Charles Worthy's retirement, his profession and fellow board members will greatly miss his knowledge, dedication, and passion for public education and the students of Clark County. Now, therefore, I, Kelly Gertz, Mayor of the Unified Government of Athens-Clark County, do hereby proclaim December 10th as Charles Worthy Day and extend my deep and sincere appreciation for the dedication and service to this community and my heartfelt best wishes for a successful and enjoyable retirement. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of Athens-Clark County to be affixed this 10th day of December 2020. So congratulations, Mr. Worthy. I will get the official proclamation to you when I come out of quarantine. But we will make sure we get that to you. And I just want to thank once again all 3 of our board members. Each of you have contributed in your own way and made a huge difference in the lives of our students. And not to mention that the time commitment is significant in this role. And so we thank you, and I thank you personally for your support of me as your leader and of the Clark County School District as a whole. So thank you for your service. And that concludes our recognitions, Dr. Gant.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. That's awesome. I think all of us would echo your sentiments and just thanking the board members for their contributions, I should say, to our school district and to our families. So thank you to Mr. Stevens, Dr. Knox, and Mr. Worthy. Okay, we will move forward with item 3, which is to amend and or adopt the agenda. The floor is open.
I so move that we adopt the agenda as specified.
Second.
Okay, that was Mr. Davis for the motion, Dr. Yeager
Yes.
for a second. Are there any questions or
Dr.
discussion?
Yes, Dr. Gant, I would like to amend the agenda to remove item 13.4, action to approve legal services.
All right, and so that sounds like that is a substitute motion. Mr. Pruitt?
Right. So actually,
if the maker of the motion could just amend the motion to approve the agenda with that deletion, and then with the unanimous consent of the board, then we can vote on it with that change.
Okay,
I will make that change as specified by Dr. Thomas.
Second,
okay. So that Mr. Davis made that motion with the change in the amendment. Dr. Maddox, I think that was for the second. And just for the record, Dr. Thomas, Mr. Davis, can you repeat what that change was?
Yes, so I'm asking to remove action, amend the agenda to remove action 13.4, action to approve legal services. And even though it, I guess, does not need to be in there, the reasoning would be so that our new board members can vote on this action in January upon their beginning.
Okay, all right. So we have the motion and the second. Any further discussion or questions about that item being removed or amended? The agenda being amended to remove that item. Okay, Dr. Thomas, if you would take roll for all in favor of that motion.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
Ms. Davis, Ms. Davis.
I'm sorry. Yes, I was muted.
It's okay. Dr. Yeager,
Yes.
Dr. Dykeman,
Yes.
Mr. Worthy,
Yes.
Dr.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Dr. Knox,
Yes.
and Dr. Maddox.
yes.
All right, thank you. So that item has been removed. Mr. Pruitt, if you can help clarify for me, since that was an amendment, we would now need to vote on the agenda as amended, or
So
no?
that was what I was going to clarify. It's actually,
Okay.
since the agenda had not been adopted yet, you weren't actually amending the agenda. It was just approving the agenda as with that change offered
Okay.
by Dr. Thomas. So she just changed her recommendation. So I think you can just treat it as a straight motion second approval.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, so we have the agenda before us. And we will move forward. Let's see, I'm navigating two devices here so that I can actually see the agenda. We are going to move forward with item number 4, which is our public comment. Dr. Dykeman has agreed to assist with the reading of letters. And so I will read the first several, and then I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Dykeman. All right. So our first letter is from Alexa Stevenson, and it reads, "Why is school canceled next week at schools that do not have any issues with COVID? Shouldn't each school have the power to make that decision and not at the whim of the board, who does not seem to care about working parents or the mental health of children? Why is it deemed okay to attend today and tomorrow, but not next week? The entire decision makes zero sense. It's disappointing and frustrating. Best, Alexa." Okay. Our next letter is from Alice Woolman, and it reads, "Dear board members and Superintendent Dr. Thomas, I am the proud parent of a Clark Central sophomore concerned about the lack of a plan for a return to face-to-face learning for high schoolers. While we're pleased to receive a letter Tuesday from CCHS Principal Dr. Huff noting that the district was working on a plan, we have yet to hear this from those making the actual decisions in the district. The last communication received from the district on December 4th carried the announcement that high schools will continue to limit learning to virtual only, with no estimated time frame as to when we could expect any plan for an in-person option. The same letter claimed the reopening 5 days a week of K through 8 had been a success. If this is so, why then would you not consider extending this success to high schoolers, even a couple of days a week? Are high schoolers not of equal value? My high schooler is receiving a message loud and clear that the adults in charge do not have a plan and are not concerned about him or excuse me, I'm sorry, I just had a technical issue. Okay. The last communication received from the district on December 4th carried the announcement that high schools will continue to limit learning to virtual only with no estimated time frame as to when we could expect any plan for an in-person option. The same letter claimed that reopening 5 days a week of K through 8 had been a success. If this is so, why would you not consider extending the success to high schoolers, even a couple of days a week? Are high schoolers not of equal value? My high schooler is receiving a message loud and clear that adults in charge do not have a plan and are not concerned about him or his peers. Like many others, he has gone from getting mostly A's to a string of C's and talks about dropping out. There are days he struggles to get out of bed and can't find motivation to log onto his classes. He loves his teachers and he desperately needs face-to-face time with them. I'm not asking for high school to be open 5 days a week as K through 8 are. I'm asking you to try allowing some students in the building 1 to 2 days a week. All through fall semester, students could attend weight training or play volleyball at the school. Why can't they come meet with teachers when they are falling behind in their classes? Even allowing students a face-to-face option for Friday study hall when there are no digital classes would help. You have had 9 months to come up with a plan that balances students' educational needs with the general public health concerns. We still have zero information. Our students cannot afford to lose another semester. What is your plan? And that's Alice Woolman. This letter is from Rob Barrett, and it reads, Dear Dr. Thomas and members of the school board, as an elementary school counselor in CCSD, and more importantly, the father of a Clark County High School student, I have appreciated the overall thoughtfulness of our leadership in trying to navigate through this unforgiving situation. On the other hand, I haven't been able to shake the feeling that our older students have not been getting the consideration they should. High school specific information about a return to in-person learning has felt extremely limited, a few sentences appended here and there to the much bigger conversations about making elementary and middle school work. It may be an unfair characterization, but high school has felt like an afterthought. Please consider the impact of this ongoing isolation on our high schoolers' mental and emotional health, on top of the trauma of living through a public health crisis, all while struggling with the regular adolescent work of growing into a young adult. Speaking for myself and quite a few other parents, the worry for our students' well-being is a dread that doesn't go away. And the fear that we're letting our kids down is a brutally hard one to live with. The messages we've gotten this week from Dr. Thomas and from Dr. Huff have been encouraging in their references to exploring options for bringing high school students back. Parents and students truly need the hope that can be kindled when they are not left in the dark. It's important to keep letting us know our students are a priority and that we sincerely believe everything that can be done is being done. Thank you, Rob Barrett. This is to the Board of Education from Mr. William J. Breeding Jr. regarding Mr. Charles Worthy retirement. It reads, the measure of a man can be determined by several things: how he treats his equals, as well as how he treats those who hold a lower status than he holds; how he carries himself when the world is watching, as well as how he acts when he thinks no one is looking; how he talks, as well as what he says; how often he is willing to stand for what is right when others go along to get along; how he respects himself and his family; and how he responds to the rules and order. Charles Worthy has earned the title of a man. Thank you, Mr. Worthy. Our next letter is from Carrie Coker Bishop, and it reads, Dear Dr. Thomas, CCSD administrators and the board, I'm writing to thank you for making the difficult decision to pivot to virtual starting December 14th through January the 19th. I know this was a hard call to make, and I truly appreciate your commitment to keeping the students and staff of CCSD safe by pivoting to remote-only instruction. I'm also grateful to all the CCSD staff who have been working both virtually and in person to teach our kids and provide consistency during this pandemic. With sincere thanks, Carrie Bishop, CCSD parent. Our next letter is from Sally Shepard, and it reads, greetings. I am the mother of a freshman at Clark Central High School. My child participates in CCHS sports but cannot attend school. I find it very frustrating that my child is not able to attend school in some form in person but can practice and play in CCHS sports. I also find it extremely frustrating that my child cannot have school in some form in person, yet all the other school systems around us, along with middle and elementary schools, seem to be able to pull this off. My child says it's harder to understand what the teachers are talking about while in virtual school and has a hard time following what is going on in the classroom. Not to mention that she has had hardly any contact with people the same age since March, except for sports. I feel that we are allowing our high school age children in CCSD to fall behind other schools and also lack the socialization that is necessary and important during this age. Please reconsider having no in-person learning option available for CCSD high schoolers beginning in January. Even just a few days a week would be a great benefit to the learning and socialization of these children. And my child is lucky. My child is not in danger of quitting school or having lower grades. I can only imagine what this time has been like for those in danger of quitting school and those that live in danger at their home. Open these schools for the well-being of the youth of CCSD. It is ludicrous that we are not able to figure out how to do this, as all the surrounding schools have been able to figure this out for months, and we have children that are more in danger of never coming back to school. Sincerely, Sally Kimmel Shepard. The next comment is from Damian Brooks, and it reads, Dear board members, please reconsider the current top-down decision-making process and its impact on students, in particular those with special needs. While I understand the continuing impacts of the coronavirus on the community at large, it seems that these issues could be better handled at the school or grade level rather than system-wide. To our knowledge, only a single student and a single staff member at the Early Learning Center have been impacted since the return to in-person instruction. These students need the socialization that comes from in-person instruction. Virtual learning is not a substitute for someone like our son, a 3-year-old with autism and significant speech delays. He has made significant gains since beginning at the Early Learning Center 1 month ago, and we fear that he will regress significantly with the extended break. Regards, Damian Brooks. Excuse me. The next letter is from Devin Watkins, and it reads, Clark County School District Board of Directors. My name is Devin Watkins. I'm a senior at Cedar Shoals High School. At this point, I have missed the second half of my junior year and the first half of my senior year. As I prepare to graduate from high school and transition to college, I need to receive in-person learning to properly prepare for my college studies. I have recently learned about the decision to potentially not reopen the high schools at any point during this school term because of a lack of bus drivers. To me, this decision is not justifiable. If transportation is the only issue, then either middle or elementary schools should return to virtual, at least allow high school the opportunity to have in-person instruction for the second semester of the school term. The rumored communication regarding the possibility that high school may not return to the classroom has sparked strong emotions for me and my peers. What if we will never have the opportunity to be fully prepared to enter college? What if we will not have an opportunity to unite as the class of 2021? What if we will never create the lasting lifelong memories of senior year? These are genuine concerns that should be considered prior to completely writing off in-person high school learning for the entire year. If high school sports were important enough to return, then in-person learning should be as well. I ask that the district be fair in their decision regarding in-person learning. It's not the high school students' fault that the district can't hire enough drivers. It's not a secret that this has been an ongoing issue for the past few years within the district. Not allowing high school students to return seems as a punishment to us. I ask that you please consider allowing high school return to the classroom. Truly yours, Devin Watkins, a high school senior struggling to stay motivated. At least the last letter that I'm reading is from Katie Broderick, and it reads, I have a 12th, 8th, 5th, and 2nd grader. I am able to work from home, many are not. We need answers. This back and forth is not okay anymore. We have a huge learning gap now that it's getting bigger by the moment. The amount of kids that are depressed right now is unreal. You are the only ones that can fix this. Please, I'm begging you. Please fix it. Schools need to be evaluated at the school-to-school level, not as a whole district. Barrow Elementary is doing fine. Why are all of the schools being sent home? We need options, not all or nothing. Katie Broderick. Dr. Dykeman.
Okay. All right. This next letter is from Kim Turner. And it reads, Dear Dr. Gant, Dr. Thomas, and esteemed board members, we were disappointed to hear that the Clark County School District plans to keep learning virtual at Clark Central and Cedar Shoals through at least mid-March. We think this is a serious mistake and hope that the school board will reconsider returning to in-person instruction in January. With 4-hour days, 4-day weeks, and a late start to the school year, Clark County high school students get just 58% of regular school time. That alone suggests that students are getting less access to education than in previous years. Unfortunately, the reality is significantly worse than the 58% figure suggests. Online instruction fails to engage students in the same way as in-person instruction. When attending online, it is virtually impossible to learn context and nuance from body language, eye contact, and other nonverbal forms of communication. Class discussions are fewer, with lower energy and with less dynamism. All students, including the most prepared, learn less with online instruction. Students also have significantly weaker incentives to prepare for class. Online attendance permits the student to sit however or wherever they can get away with where they live. We fight daily battles with our 10th grader, whose top preference is to attend from her bed. Students can and do take care of other tasks while they should be devoting their full attention to school. Teachers have a nearly hopeless task in monitoring student effort. Hence, student effort is worse. This lack of effort and productive learning has taken a significant toll on students nationwide. They are lonelier, less motivated, and more prone to mental illness. A recent study of 3,300 teenagers found that 30% of them reported feeling unhappy or depressed and concerned about meeting their basic needs. As we all know, the school building is a safe place for a great number of our students. School breaks for these students are extremely stressful as they may not have access to food, support services, contact with peers, and caring adults. These students will have been home for a year under the current plan. High schools throughout Northeast Georgia, public and private, have returned successfully to in-person instruction. CCSD now really stands out, and not in the way Clark County residents deserve. Dr. Redfield at the CDC has stated that schools aren't a major source of coronavirus transmissions, and Dr. Fauci has recommended that schools reopen. We urge you to revise your plan and return to in-person instruction for the second semester. Sincerely, Kim and John Turner, parent of a 10th grader at CCHS. The next letter is from Kingsley Strong. Dear school board members, first, I would like to thank you for your time and the energy you have all put into all of the COVID-19 protocols and measures you are all taking. Both of my sons attend Barrow Elementary first grade and pre-K. Being back in school has changed their worlds for the better. My pre-K little boy was struggling and now he is thriving. Went from not being able to write a letter to coming home and fully writing his name. Socially, he has started to thrive. My first grader adores his teacher and his fellow students. We love our school and everything it is doing to keep staff and students safe. I urge you and plead with you for this not to be a countywide mandate, but a school-by-school based decision. If one school in the district can stay open and manage its cases, then let them stay open and manage their school. This virus is not going away, and if Clark County schools remain down the path they are on, it will mean more students lost, more students behind, and our district and the students in it falling behind. The children, especially on the elementary level, need to be in person. The virtual learning versus in person, there is no comparison. You cannot get what you need virtually. I have seen it firsthand. So please, I plead with you, if a school can stay open, let them stay open. This does not need to be a countywide mandate. Respectfully, Kingsley Strong, Barrow Elementary parent. The next letter is from Maddie Barkdahl. I am the parent of 2 students who attend Cedar Shoals High School. CCSD reports a successful return to in-person for elementary and middle school. Please offer the option of in-person school to high school students who are suffering under virtual school. I am requesting a choice for in-person instruction for high school in January. There are 2 areas of concern: academic and emotional mental health of high school students. Virtual learning is an academic challenge for high school students. There are 3 major concerns: poor grades this year, which are inconsistent with past performance, less instructional time in virtual school, which means less content, and the impact on grade point average for college admissions and post-secondary plans. Many students I know have the worst grades of their school careers, moving from A's and B's to now failing some classes. Has the district or high school compared school GPA this year to last year? It would be interesting to compare by student and by the whole high school body. In addition, it would be good to compare the number of students failing this semester to the number of students who were failing last fall, prior to COVID. Another concern is loss of instructional time. The block schedule normally includes 4 90-minute classes 5 days per week. But under virtual school, instructional time is reduced to 60 minutes per class and also no class on Fridays. I am not advocating to increase virtual class time. This is another reason in-person classes are important, to restore instructional minutes. A final academic concern relates to the impact of the grades on a high school student's future, college acceptance, and qualifying for the HOPE. In high school, grades matter for the future for college and job opportunities. We don't have another semester to lose. Virtual learning is an emotional and mental health challenge for high school students. Teenagers need peer interaction for appropriate social emotional development. Isolation can lead to higher rates of depression and mental health issues. These are hard issues for adults, but I believe they are magnified for teenagers. The mental health issues may include depression and anxiety, both of which can hamper motivation, which in turn creates an academic downturn. Students of all ages need peer interaction, but high schoolers' appropriate developmental growth means they need their peers even more, and the loss of peer interaction is particularly devastating. Please consider the academic and mental health concerns for high schoolers and offer an option for return to in-person in January, even if only a hybrid option of 2 days per week. Many students are suffering during virtual school with impacts on academics that may reach years into their future, and also a current and real increase in isolation, loneliness, and even depression. Thank you, Maddie Barkdahl. The next letter is from Meredith Welch Devine. I want to thank the district for providing an online option for our children during the pandemic. My child is a 5th grader and she has felt engaged and supported. I appreciate that providing this option allows those of us who can keep our students out to do so, lessening density and making the school environment safer for the students engaged in face-to-face learning. Meredith Welch Devine. Okay, the next one was already read. That was Sally Shepard. The next one is from Fred and Lee Smith. Dear Mr. Charles Worthy, it is with mixed emotions that we congratulate you on your retirement from the Clark County School Board. Your exemplary service on behalf of youth over the years has not gone unnoticed. Thanks for the knowledge and integrity. Thank you for your many dedicated years of work and service. Your steadfast voice and insistence on doing what is right will be missed. As board president for many years, your solid leadership made a positive impact in the lives of many Athens-Clarke County school students. We know that this moment in time will not end your service, but you deserve more personal time with family and friends to travel, relax, and enjoy life. Your passion for education and students is sure to keep you involved in some way. Sincerely, Fred and Lee Smith. The next one is from Susan Rosenbaum. To the CCSD Board of Education. I am encouraged by the recent communication from Dr. Swade Huff, principal at CCHS, in which he stated that he has heard the concerns of parents about last Friday's announcement that CCSD high schools will not reopen in the third quarter, and that he is committed to a plan to bring back students as soon as possible while keeping health and safety foremost. Regarding that timeline, I write to urge the BOE and CCSD to work on a reopening plan for the third quarter. I am the parent of a 10th grade student at CCHS. I recognize that managing the return to school during the COVID-19 epidemic is a difficult task with many challenges and risks. However, I feel that these risks must be weighed against the damage of keeping high school students out of school for what will effectively be a full year. I appreciate all that CCSD administrators, teachers, and staff have done to make in-person learning go as well as possible, but academically and socially, the students are suffering. By all accounts, the return to school for K to 8th grade has run smoothly. It is not clear to me why the criteria for reopening the high schools should differ. Many of the high schools in our neighboring counties have successfully returned to in-person teaching. I am in favor of some kind of return to in-person learning in January, even if this involves alternate days or other ways to manage the number of students. Creative solutions that can accommodate both students and teachers who would like to return in person, as well as teachers and students who prefer or need to remain home for health reasons would be a welcome. Going forward, I hope that CCSD administrators, teachers, parents, and staff can work together to come up with a plan. Thank you, Susan Rosenbaum. And then I believe this is the last letter. This is from Tommy Farmer. To the Athens-Clarke County Board of Education, Dr. Zernona Thomas, Superintendent, and staff. It is hard to believe that this is the last BOE meeting for Mr. Charles Worthy. Therefore, I would like to publicly thank Mr. Worthy for his compassion and hard work for this school district. For your many years on this Board of Education, your desire to keep this school district accredited and your love for the students have not gone unnoticed. Your integrity, honesty, and willingness to do what is right place you in a very special category, a category of the most competent leaders. I have always been impressed with your up-to-date knowledge of school board policies and your courage to follow the rules, bylaws, and regulations. It was obvious to me your presence on the BOE was to help the students and not to use the position for your personal agenda. You knew your role and stayed in your lane. There are so many positives I can say, but my time is limited. As the school district moves forward, I hope you will continue to participate, lead, and guide. I hope you will serve as a mentor for the new members. I pray that those who are now on the board will prepare themselves as well as you did. As you venture into a new chapter, I wish you rest and relaxation. Thank you, Mr. Worthy. You made a difference. You will be missed. And then there's a quote, an investment in knowledge always pays the best interest, Benjamin Franklin. And then the letter is signed, Mrs. Tommy Farmer, retired educator, Athens, Georgia. And I believe that is it.
Thank you, Dr. Dykeman, and thank all of those that provided public comments. We'll move forward with item number 5, and these are our informational items. Because we, as you can see, because we did not have a work session, we have like both our informational items, as well as our board committee reports in item number 6. We'll start with item 5.1, which is our early head start policy council and those meeting minutes. Were there any questions or further discussion about those?
I did read all of those, and my comment is really on the early Head Start and Head Start. I really appreciate the depth of the messages that you're having there. I think I read something that sounded like, well, I should probably go back to my notes, but it sounded like we had a concern about space. Are we at a place now that our waiting list has grown beyond what it used to be? Or was that, am I confusing that with something that I read in the SPLOS report?
It may have been in the SPLOS report. In addition to the space, we do continue to have a waiting list and look forward to an opportunity in the future to grow our programming.
So can I just,
our numbers, our registration numbers are down this year, and so our wait lists are not as long.
They're not as robust as they want, as high as they once were, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
so just to clarify, we have 74 on the early Head Start and 10 on the Head Start waiting list. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Karen.
Any additional questions? Okay. We'll move forward with item 5.2, and that's our SPLOS monthly report. Were there any additional questions or points of discussion regarding this report?
I think we had, didn't we have some extra remarks, Dr. Yeager?
Yes, they're in the
Post-
they're number 7.2. These two
Okay.
items are split, even though one is information and the other one is a report. I guess unless you want me to give those remarks now, Dr. Gant, we'll wait till 7.2.
We can wait until we get there.
I might just note that the tax receipts have been coming in very nicely and sort of normal. And so over $2 million a month, which is above what we budgeted. And so we have about a $9 million ahead of budget balance, which is nice. So it's not anywhere near as bad as we anticipated.
Thank you, Dr. Yeager. All right, our Athens Career Academy report.
I read that report too, and there was a comment about, I don't know, about a change in Avid not being district-wide. Well, it's never been district-wide, but how does that impact the Career Academy?
It directly impacts the Career Academy at this time, Ms. Davis. Our AVID programs are currently just in our elementary schools. Dr. Thomas has tasked me with talking about our sustainability plan and how we implement in middle school and high school, including the Career Academy. So I can work with Dr. Thomas on her timeline for me reporting that, but it should not impact our programming at this time because it's not going on in our high schools or our middle schools at this time.
Okay, it was a strange comment. Okay, thank you.
I was just going to commend the instructors at the Academy for teaching all those amazing software programs during this remote learning difficulty. They've really made hay while the sun shines by teaching all of those CAD and other software programs to these kids who want to go into manufacturing and other things. It's a really good use of their time. Those skills are really useful in the workforce.
We'll move forward with item number 6. 6.1 is our Finance Committee report, and I didn't have anything under our Finance Committee report. So but I
We
think
haven't
that's
had a
probably
meeting.
because of,
I was gonna say, we haven't had a meeting of late, so looking forward to our next meeting.
okay. I was thinking it was because of how the scheduling of the meeting
Right.
had gone.
Mhm.
Yes, I need to speak on the Finance Committee report. The only report that I have, Mr. Byron Schuman and we talked, and we initially had set the finance meeting for the 4th Thursday in each month. But what happened, we discovered that's Christmas Eve, no way that could take place. And he had moved it to December the 17th, but I got a conflict with that. So the next Finance Committee meeting would take place December the 16th at 4:30. All our Finance Committee members and board members. That's December the 16th, which is a Wednesday, I believe, at 4:30.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for that update, Mr. Worthy.
Sure.
Policy Committee report, Dr. Yeager.
Got it. We've included the minutes from the last couple of meetings with the explanations of all the recommendations for policy review and revision. So I don't have too much to add, except that as part of the Cognia response, we summarized the work that we've done in 2020, and we have had 90 complete policies reviewed by the time we met with Cognia. There are 45 policies to be finalized tonight, and then there's the 12 we put up for public comment on the 1st of December. So in total, we have handled 147 policies out of the 200 that were out of date. So we only have about 50 or 25% left to go. So we did a lot of good work this year. I'm really, really proud of all the hard work that the staff put in to address these policies, and also board members and board members elect also chipped in a lot of work. So I think we did a good showing. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but when the Cognia person was interviewing me, they certainly indicated that they were proud of us. So I'm really proud of that work. Carrying forward, we still have the I and J policies, that 50 or so remaining, but Mr. Harris showed me this morning at our planning meeting that a lot of those have been tackled by the staff already. So they're ready to go from what I understand. So we'll have them ready for January, which is really awesome. That's my report.
Thank you, Dr. Yeager. And thank you for your leadership with coordinating, you and Mr. Harris, coordinating the massive effort to review the policies that we have thus far. A lot of good work. We'll move forward with item 6.3, and that's our government relations report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. There are two sets of attachments to my report. One is the minutes of the October Government Relations Committee meeting that was on the situation with the virus and the impact on the school district. So those have already been adopted by the Government Relations Committee, and so they are for your viewing. The second are notes that I wrote up because they are relevant to the TAD discussions that we'll have further on down the agenda. So what I've done is I've presented you with kind of an overview of the thinking. And this is not, Dr. Thomas, place the 6 TADs on the agenda for discussion, not that she is proposing them, but simply that this is something that we had responding to them being presented to us. So anyway, these are just the kind of the framework of that discussion that we'll have later on. Thank you. Oh, let me forget one other thing. We are meeting, the Government Relations Committee meeting is taking place again on December 15th. That's next Tuesday at 4:30. The agenda will involve the planning for the next joint school board and county commission meeting that's scheduled for Monday, January 25th. And so if, board members, would like to weigh into what you would think would be appropriate subject matters, Mr. Harris and I have come up with some suggestions that we're going to pursue at that meeting, but certainly other people are welcome as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Item 6.4, the Property Committee report, Mr. Worthy.
Yes, don't have anything on the property committee. We haven't met in several weeks now. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for those board committee reports. We'll move forward with our board community reports. And earlier, I sort of got this confused and I said our information items and board committee reports are both here, but I was really referencing item 6 and 7. So item 7.1, the Athens Area Community Foundation.
Our next meeting is in January, so I'll be ready to report out then.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Maddox. Community Oversight Committee.
Thank you, Dr. Gant. So the COCs met November 17th and then also on December 8th. So in addition to the usual updates, the minutes are posted on the Operations or SPLOS website. So I just wanted to mention 2 items that came up. Mr. Davis referred to two items that came up during our discussion that we thought we should make more obvious and more public here during this meeting. And it's recommended that we not have big discussions tonight, but just invite Mr. Gilbreth to the next property meeting in January for full discussion. And the 2 updates are, first of all, that the Clark Middle School process is continuing and carrying on. They met with the local building committee. Well, first they did a big survey, sent out over 600 surveys to the Clark Middle staff, parents, and then parents at the 4 feeder schools. They got 160 responses, and by far the majority of the responses indicated that they wanted a new school, more space than they currently have. So the original issue was, do we remodel this building or do we rebuild this building? And the survey clearly indicated that a rebuild is what the stakeholders want. They want a Hillsman-like building for obvious reasons. I've attached the PowerPoint from that presentation to the local building community that summarizes the survey responses and also the recommendations of Mr. Gilbreth. They did a calculation. The estimated cost to renovate is about $32 million. The estimated cost to build brand new is about $33 to $34 million. So clearly, when the cost to renovate is more than 70 to 80% of the cost to rebuild, they rebuild a new building. And a lot of it has to do with the narrow hallways and the small classrooms that are unusually small, and they can't just renovate those to be bigger. They really do need to start over. So that we wanted to make that point, that the decision has pretty much all points point to a rebuild of Clark Middle School rather than a renovation of Clark Middle School. At least that's where it stands at the moment. If there are people in the community that have strong feelings, this is the time to speak up and join the next meeting. So that's one thing we definitely wanted to mention. The other one was an update on the West Broad Street School. Mr. Gilbreth presented to us that at the moment, the best designs are for an early learning facility that can hold about 80 to 100 students. I think we were originally talking about 200 students, and that is not possible on the site, according to the architects. And so they have proceeded, especially in light of the 74 plus 10 waiting lists that we have, about 80 spots would be appropriate for our needs. So that's how they're proceeding, and they're about to assemble a local building committee for that site. And in the, Mr. Davis brought this up during the meeting, the health center, which was originally proposed by the previous superintendent to be at the West Broad Street, is going to be part of the Clark Middle rebuild. So there will be a health center on the west side, on the Broad Street corridor. It just won't be at the West Broad Street School because there just isn't room for it. And those are the two items we wanted to mention tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yeager. Envision Athens.
Thank you. I did submit my report, and Lisa has already included it in our documents there. The Envision Athens, obviously, we don't get to go to all of these meetings, but you're certainly invited to them. They're all open to the public. But that project is really doing some great things. And the most recent one that I had to read the minutes of was in the health initiatives. And I shared that with the board as well. Envision Athens is truly working forward on all of the initiatives that the county came up with in the original plan for the 20-year plan. And so out of those 114 particular things that the county felt, the citizens of the county felt were important, they are all still being worked on and reprioritized as new information comes out. So Healthy Athens is really busy right now, obviously, and our district is involved in almost every single one of these subcommittees. Educate Athens has some brand new things that are going on, and I think we will hear from those mostly from our superintendent or from Mr. Lawrence Harris.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. The Georgia School Boards Association, I don't have any updates, but I want to check with Mr. Davis to be sure he's sort of been the person that's been helping me navigate this piece. And I know Ms. Davis has been an alternate, so I just want to be sure that I haven't missed anything, any updates.
I don't think so. I have not received anything either.
I certainly have not either. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll move forward with item 8, which is the board president's report. I just have 3 things to mention briefly. Wanted to say thank you again. And Dr. Thomas, I don't know if you'll talk more about this, but Dr. Yeager has already mentioned it. Thank you to board members as well as staff and cabinet and just everyone in your professional roles. Mr. Barlament, Dr. Thomas, I know everyone has put in effort, and I probably shouldn't name people, Mr. Harris, Mr. Gaskins, just everyone with helping us get ready for policy. A lot of effort went into our cognitive visit. And so just for those that may not know in the public, we did have a cognitive visit. We spent Monday in interviews. And this visit was a follow-up basically for those recommendations and directives, I should say, that were given to the board. And so we were able to update Cognia on our progress. And they also met with stakeholders to include like parents as well as other school leaders. And so I just want to thank everyone for their efforts regarding the preparing for the Cognia visit. Also, just another note to be on the lookout for a doodle poll for 2 proposed dates for our January, a possible January retreat. And then also for our new board members to be on the lookout for communication regarding scheduling new board member orientation, the local new board member orientation. but you all also would need to be registered for the required state of Georgia new board member orientation. And I know that Ms. Palmer and Dr. Thomas have been in touch with you about that. That is all for my report. I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Thomas for the superintendent's report and for items 9.1 and 9.2.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I wanted to switch over and make sure I knew what 9.1 and 9.2 said. So I am going to start, and I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. I know we've had several questions. I'll just start with the strategic plan. I know that that has been shared with board members. You all have given us some feedback. We made some revisions, but I know there's still some questions. My recommendation would be that in light of some other changes and our need to really move forward with some strong strategic priorities, we're halfway through this year, that we approve the plan as is, just simply as a bridge plan, so that we can have focus for our work for the remainder of the year. And then we begin in February and use February to May to work with the board and members of our LSGTs who would represent parents, teachers, and community members to obtain feedback and make revisions to our vision, mission, equity definition, just revisiting that, and our goals with a recommendation of a 3-year plan to run from 21-22 to 23-24. So in essence, I'm just asking that maybe we could just have a 6-month bridge plan, because without approval from the board, we have not been able to disseminate any type of plan. And I feel like we're kind of just driving, sort of knowing where we're going, but without definitively being able to have some clear targets. But rather than extend this for an extensive period of time, if we could just make it a bridge plan to get us through to May, knowing that beginning in February, we will start the stakeholder feedback process that we did 2 years ago and work to develop a comprehensive 3-year plan. So that would be my suggestion regarding our strategic plan. Are there any questions regarding that or comments?
Are we supposed to vote or we just say yes? Or what's
So
the process?
would I need to add that as an action item, Mr. Pruitt? Or I can put it on the January agenda. I just feel like we need to do something.
I would love to see it on the January agenda, so that, and again, I'm sorry, if I know we're gonna kind of go into this tonight, I would have read it again, but I want to make sure that we have some indication of how we're gonna measure these things out there. But as an interim plan, I really like that notion, and I don't know how much more work we would have to do. We're kind of in that interim mode now, right? And so I don't know.
Right, and those measurements are in there, Ms. Davis. We do have the measurements, the targets, and all there. So I can bring that to January. I just we need to move because we'll be down to.
Well, if it's my homework that I didn't get done, that's fine. I'll be happy to go back and read it again.
No problem, no problem. And if after you all read it, you have additional questions that we can get to you so that we can get this approved in January, I would appreciate it. So that's short and simple. Thank you for asking that, Dr. Yeager. My other items, Dr. Yeager did already reference this, as well as Dr. Gant. We did have our Cognia visit when in my exit debriefing with them, which was very, very brief. Dr. Schaefer, the lead evaluator, shared a quote from Bruce Hamilton that said, continuous improvement is not about the things you do well. That's the word. Continuous improvement is about removing the things that get in the way of the work, the headaches, the things that slow you down. That's what continuous improvement is all about. And he encouraged us to really focus on continuous improvement. The next steps are going to be generating the report. Once they have pulled together all of their information, it will go through a quality assurance process. And generally that group meets that will have to approve that report. They meet in January and again in March. That's kind of what happened to us last year. It was March before they were able to approve. He's going to try to get it to them for the January meeting, but if not, it will be March before we receive that official report. Until then, he said the same thing that Dr. Yeager said, which is we've done tremendous work. It's very obvious to them that a lot of work has been done in the way of policy, as well as professional learning efforts, norms, all of the time that the board has spent working on those policies, as well as working on becoming stronger in the standards in our work with GSBA. And they commended us for all of that work. And I want to thank you all for the work that has gone into preparing for the visit, as well as just making sure that the action steps that needed to happen to improve our work as a district took place. So I thank the board and district office staff for that work. And I thank our building leaders and parents and community members who participated in those interviews. And that group was chosen from LSGTs so that we would have consistency and representation. His next suggestion was that we continue on the path that we've started and that we not see the work that we've been engaged in as something that we just did for Cognia, but instead to make it embedded in our actions as a board and district. Focus on growing relationships within the larger leadership group, and that is between the board and the district as well. And then lastly, he said, focus on doing what is best for students. And this may not always be what is perceived to be best for adults, but we have to make our decisions based on what's best for students. Excuse me. And that was all that he shared with us, and just said, keep doing the work and we will have the report to you soon. My next and last item relates to reopening, and I know that you all have had several questions for us. Mr. Davis, your last ones came today, and I'm sorry, we were in the midst of focusing on the work, and I don't know how many of those the team is able to answer, but I will share with you as much as I can. Ms. Palmer, if you can share the attendance document, please. So this document is maintained by Mr. Barlament, and it shows you our attendance. If you'll go there, yes. So we have a total number of students right now enrolled of 13,210 students. And of those, it's pretty much evenly split. So 6,719 in person, 6,491 virtual. I am going to ask Ms. Palmer to send this link to you as board members so that you can click on that yourself, and you will be able to see what that attendance rate is as a whole as well. If you'll scroll down, Ms. Palmer, please. Thank you. That allows you to see, you can keep, okay, thank you. You will be able to see the numbers, and it shows you total attendance in person. The green line is our in-person attendance rate. The red line is our virtual attendance rate. And when you get those links, you can actually click on each of those dots, and it'll show you specifically what day that is for and what the specific attendance rate was for that day. And then if you scroll one more time, you're able to look at attendance by school. And so we will share that link with you so that you can see. So it shows you each school and what their attendance has been, total, virtual, and face-to-face. You have a question, Dr. Yeager? I see your science brain going.
So I'm looking at Cedar Shoals. How does Cedar Shoals have an in-person attendance rate?
Let me see.
We have adaptive students that are included in our in-person. So our K-12 adaptive students are in person.
Okay, thank you.
At both high schools.
Well, yeah, there isn't one at Clark Central. Doesn't have a green bar, so they must all be in the Cedar Shoals number. It's fine.
I've got a question, Dr. Thomas.
Yes.
I know I was reading, I think it was the National School Board Association magazine and it was talking about how school districts are taking attendance virtually and the difficulties of that. And they documented certain school districts doing it different ways. How do we document? Is it login? Is it turning in assignments? Is it one or the other? Is it both? Or
Pausing and kind of looking at Mr. Gaskins, but really can't see him.
I can answer that,
You can
Dr.
log in initially.
It's login and the turning in of assignments. We have we've given schools guidance that students are present if they log in for the class or they turn in an asynchronous assignment within 24 hours. So it's both ways.
so it could be one or the other or both.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I would just comment, these numbers are higher than I expected, and they're more equivalent than I expected. So that's very interesting data. Thank you for showing us this data.
You're
Hey,
welcome.
Thomas,
Yes,
I had a couple of quick questions
yes, ma'am.
about what you have here. One is this type of information, is it any way at some point to have it available to the public? I know it's sometimes hard with like running reports, but like, you know, as months go by or certain time periods, or like for this semester, this is what's, you know, this is what the attendance or what have you. And I don't know if that's something that's feasible or if it's something that other board members think would be helpful, but I'm just thinking like, as far as how do we be sure that people have information. And then also, and this may, I don't know that we'll be able to resolve this or if it's even possible with the attendance rates or like the in-person. I know we're switching over to virtual. Do we have data on how this attendance information breaks down by, you know, particular populations like, or subgroups, race or ability, students that may be served through our special education services, and things of that nature, or across class types, for instance, AP courses versus our on-level courses and things like that. And I don't know if I'm requesting like it for every month, but I'm just more curious as far as, you know, I know as like the district starts to prepare for like January and things like that, just more so out of curiosity and thinking through our strategic plan as it relates to equity. I know it's difficult at this point to do SES because, you know, we no longer have or at least when I was there, shortly after I left, I think we removed the ability to be able to look at families or students that qualified for free and reduced lunch, at least as some sort of a marker. So I don't know if we have that, but I'm just more curious as we, one, prepare to talk about a strategic plan, and then two, prepare for next semester with a lot of the uncertainties that are happening. And then thirdly, of course, so that we can see as a board, you know, what may be needed from a budgetary standpoint, or if anything, for particular students, teachers, district staff.
Okay, yes, ma'am, I've made those notes and we will add that to our discussion for tomorrow. And I can also reach out to Mr. Barlament.
If I could add, Dr. Thomas, I think we can do all of the things that Dr. Gant just requested. I do want us to just be cautious. The state does report attendance differently than we are seeing it here. So if we post this to our website, there will have to be some more information and learning around the numbers, because when the state publishes their data, it will be different because they look at students enrollment and have they been absent 10% more of the days that they have been enrolled. I know I just said a lot, but I think part of that we need to just inform our community because they may see a difference in the data, and we just want them to know what that difference means.
Mr. Gaskin, if I may, I'm happy that you brought that point out in terms of the state reporting differently, because that is directly connected to FTE counts. That's how you get your money. Years ago, it was connected to ADA, average daily attendance. Of course, you know, that's antiquated now. So that's very important what you just said a few minutes ago, because that's where the rubber meets the highway, that full-time equivalence, the FTE counts. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Gaskins. And these are more so like questions, they're not urgent, but more so like just out of curiosity. So certainly if the board feels that it could be useful, more so it's just something for us to think through and see if it's something that could be useful for the board. I don't mean to indicate that it's something that the whole board is requesting either. So I just want to clarify that.
And if I may say, part of my concern, or part of the thing that I want to make sure that we are all on the same page with, is when we see these kinds of reports and we actually know and we're asking that they somehow be embedded as a part of information for the community, that we're all in agreement and that we all understand exactly what they're reporting to us. I think that matters a lot too. And so that's why I was thinking that in looking at the strategic plan, as we're looking at those measurements, that's kind of where discussions like this would show up, maybe as the key performance indicators that we track and interpret and explain that, you know, this is something that we're tracking internally, or something that is a state mandated measurement that we're also trying to achieve.
Okay, and then I have another document. I'm sorry, I need to get back from this screen to, like Dr. Gann, I'm trying to navigate multiple screens. So that was the attendance. We have another document that shows our rate of COVID exposure, and this is a document that we use internally, but I want you all to see what that looks like. Can you pull that up, please? So this document here it shows you the number of confirmed cases we have had, and then close contacts that are related to those cases. And this is what we look at daily as a team to ascertain where we are. You can see how we really jumped. I don't know if she's able to scroll over, but that big bubble that jumped from like 4 to 7, and then we jumped to 11. And I know we've had a lot of questions and comments and feedback regarding decision-making, but one of the things we have to consider is the ability to staff. We have to take into account many of our administrators at the school level have been teaching classes. We've had district staff teaching classes, but you can only sustain that for so long. And even if we have a low number of cases, the results of that due to close contact can be significant. We were in a tab meeting today and a teacher said they were on a 14-day quarantine. I think Mr. Gaskin, she said she came back for a day and was back out again because of close contact. And it's the nature of the class that she might serve, but that still does not remove the challenges of filling those positions. And we have had challenges with having, sufficient numbers of substitutes there to also help with that coverage, and when we have to take into account transportation. So it is a lot more than something we have to look at, and what has made it challenging for us to also just set a metric, because at one school, 3 positive cases may not cause any significant issues, and at another school's positive case could cause huge ramifications because maybe it's a connections teacher or so we have to look at it case by case. But I did want you to see this data that we're looking at daily. Is there anything at the bottom of that, Ms. Palmer? I think it gives it to us by school. Yes, there you go. So this is the kind of data we look at every day when we have our COVID debriefing meeting. So I just wanted to share that and briefly comment on the feedback we have received regarding high school return. We totally understand. We do get the importance academically and socially and emotionally for our students to be able to be face to face. The team has been working diligently on getting a plan together so that we can get those students back at the beginning of this next calendar year. So please know that we are committed to that. I have to just say this I hate to say in defense of our team, but sometimes you don't know what you don't know. And I feel an obligation to just shed some light, so I've heard tonight, but I've heard repeatedly in emails and phone calls, you knew this day was coming. You knew this day was coming. Why weren't you all planning for it? Why haven't you prepared for it? And I just have to remind people that this experience is like none other that any of us have lived through. And when you're an educator, probably like when you're a doctor or an attorney, or you get up every day, but pretty much your routines are set. And what you do may have to be tweaked and looked at a little differently. But you get up, you're going to court, you're preparing a defense, you have to get the details of that case, but your overall work is the same. And in this pandemic, that has not been the case for any of us. So every day we wake up, we're having to start almost at ground zero with something. So when people ask, well, why weren't you working on this in January? I want to remind people that in March, we thought we were coming back. And then all of a sudden, we had to figure out, oh my goodness, how are we going to feed kids? We need to get them food. But that's not something you just go to bed and wake up and say, okay, we've got it figured out. You have to get buses. You have to get transportation. We have to determine shelf-stable foods. I mean, all of that takes so much time and energy and coordinating. And then in the midst of that, it was, well, how do we make sure they're continuing to learn? How do we get devices out to these families? Where do we get the devices from? How do we get hotspots? And then you all probably forgot we have to get learning packets. What about the kids that don't have computers? How do we get them learning packets? What do we put in the packets? Where do we copy the packets? How do we get the packets to them safely? How do we make sure parents understand the packets? And so every day, and it's easy to forget. I had an attorney say to me once that the good Lord blesses you with the ability to forget your pain and suffering, so you better write them down. And we have been able to forget at some level. We've done so much, and we've had to do it so quickly that it is easy sometimes to forget how much work and energy. And I've said that our team has not stopped since March. We haven't taken a summer break, a spring break. We've worked through Thanksgiving, we work nights, we work weekends, and we're not complaining. But I just ask for people's grace and understanding that there is so much more that goes into this. How do we help principals do a fire drill in a pandemic? How do we get them in the building? How do we get them out the building? How do we feed them? How do they walk down the hall safely? How do you take 3 kids at a time to the bathroom? I mean, all of these are things that every day we're consumed with. And I just want to say that because I don't want the community to think, oh, we never thought about the fact that they might not come back. We've thought about it and we've tried to work on it, but we're also having to work on that day and the next day because there just is no plan. And I hate to take time with that, but I feel like I have to say it because we hear it a lot, and I'm okay with being criticized, but I have to acknowledge the work that our team, our principals, our teachers, our other staff, cafeteria workers, custodial workers are giving every day, bus drivers, to help figure this out. And it's never been figured out before. There's no book, there's no manual. So just know that everyone is working diligently every day. And I don't say that lightly, every day, to make this work. And high school students are a priority. I'm the mother of a senior. So it can't get any more personal for me. My baby has not set foot in her school since March. She had no prom, she had no homecoming dance. So everything I'm reading, trust me, it is very personal for me as well. But I also want her safe. And I want us to do this in a way that we can do it safely. But I want her back in that brick and mortar building. And we are doing everything that we can to make that happen for all of our students. So we do appreciate the community's patience. And we just ask that you allow us to try to work through it. And we're going to make some mistakes. We never should have sent that letter out last week. I apologize. We never should have thrown in the middle of a registration. And by the way, high school's not coming back. That was an error. And we have to own when we make mistakes. Instead, we should have continued working through that and said, we're trying to get this next phase worked out. And so that was an error on our part. And we do apologize for all of the stress and anxiety and panic it has caused everyone, even my household. We apologize for that and know that we're diligently working to get those students back. And lastly is Mr. Davis's questions. And that is just about a lot of things. We received some questions about masks. We do have sufficient masks. Let me be clear. We have an adequate PPE supply. We have a total right now of 62,000 disposable masks within our operations department. Those masks are available on buses every day in case a student arrives without a mask. Before they get on the bus, they're given a mask, and there are currently 62,000 in inventory. Our schools were also given an initial supply of washable and reusable masks. We will order more of those as schools report to us a need. Mr. Harris has received a donation of an additional 20,000 kid-sized fabric masks and 11,000 disposable masks, and he's working right now on a plan to disseminate those where they are most needed. There was a question about hotspots. Our reporting system shows that there are 1,027 hotspots available right now, and 697 have been checked out. I think schools are in the process of assigning those as we speak. We feel like we have enough to cover the need. The funds that were donated through the Dogs to Pups program with the University of Georgia Athletic Department, those funds were used to purchase additional hotspots. And so we feel confident that we have what we need to support us as we transition to a hopefully very brief virtual period. But our school leaders will be reaching out to our families to make sure that they have those resources. If you have families or know of families who do not have what they need, encourage them to contact their principals, and they will put them in contact with the appropriate school staff. Mr. Davis, you asked about indoor spaces. I've answered a little bit about hotspots, update on devices. We can get that information to you unless some of my team members have that now. And all of I think they quit.
That is perfectly fine, Dr. Thomas. Some of those questions I had asked days ago, and you've answered them. I've one thing that, and I don't know if we've talked about this or not, but if I almost wish there was some type of way that it's almost like an ombudsman, but it would be something, a kind of a question and answer on our website. Of course, we can get all kind of bizarre questions, but social media, as we've just found out in the electoral process, is rampant with misunderstandings, with people jumping to conclusions and making all kinds of almost out of whole cloth fabrication. But just a suggestion, if there was some way that because I don't respond on social media as a general rule, because it's, someone says something that's not accurate, and so you point that out, and then you end up starting another can of worms. So I had that experience a couple weeks ago, and I've kind of relearned what I thought I already knew. But I do wish that there was a way that the school district could I don't know, nip some of this stuff in the bud. But I don't have any magic solutions.
Right.
To it.
And Mr. Davis, we have maintained like a FAQ. Ms. Moore has worked on that with Mr. Harris, Lawrence Harris, and that's something we can go back and update. And we are happy to do that. The one thing I encourage people to do is to go to the source for the information. Social media is not Clark County School District unless it's Clark County School District social media page. And we have people that support us and provide accurate information. And we have people who, for some reason, I'll just be honest, enjoy pointing out flaws and faults with Clark County and with our operations. I have said we are not perfect, but if people in the community, particularly parents and staff, have things they want to know, the best and most accurate place to get that information is from their school principal. If they can't get that information from their school principal, they can reach out to the district staff. And I hate to be that pointed, but it's become exhausting. And at some point, we have to focus our energy on serving students. And we are giving information on our website, but for some people, if we give A through Z, then they want us to go to the Greek alphabet. And if we go to the Greek alphabet, then we have to go to another alphabet. And I have found myself personally spending more time sometimes answering questions that really are of no academic or social emotional value to our students to appease people who I may have now determined just want to make the work difficult. And we have to focus on children and staff and doing what we need to do for kids. And I am committed and working with Mr. Harris, Ms. Moore. We will get that updated information, but we also then have to tease out when is it of value and when is it purposefully to be antagonistic. There's no other way for me to say that than to say that. And again, I have to protect the sanity of our staff, of our leaders, and we will be transparent and we will be accountable and we will answer every question that we are capable of answering within reason. But when it becomes just a witch hunt for whatever reason, we're going to have to draw the line somewhere and say there is no benefit to the students of Clark County School District for us to go down this path and take that energy and utilize it towards something that is helping our students read, write, count, be critical thinkers, good citizens. That's where I want our energy spent. So we will, and I think you're right. It's probably time to update those questions, but I urge you, don't let yourself get sucked into it either, because I've had to say that to myself and our team, because if we're not careful, we will grow weary in doing what is right. And we can get pulled in other ways. And sometimes the intent is to distract you from the work. And we can't allow that to happen to us as a board or as a staff. We have to maintain our focus on doing, as Cognia said, what's best for children.
Thank you for saying that.
Thank you all for listening. That concludes my report, Dr. Gant. That is more than anyone wanted, but there it is. Thank you.
I had two questions if I could ask at this point.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one was more of a logistical question. The graph with the positive COVID cases and just the reports of the positive COVID cases, how are the positives reported? Are they self-report, or are people referred if they're sick, or how do we get that information?
I'm listening and I'm writing because I want to get that accurate. Dr. Watley, are you able to speak on that? I do know that some are self-reports. I know that the health department will ask you if you have a positive case about school enrollment and other contacts, and they will also notify.
Absolutely. And Dr. Dykeman, every school is going to make those reports. The administrator in the building will fill out that form. If you report to the central office, then that director makes that report and fills out that form. And then that initiates the contact tracing, which is led by Nurse Amy.
Okay, thanks.
So we leave that to the administrators.
Okay. The other one is sort of a question and sort of a comment, and it's related to what Lakeisha mentioned earlier in asking what we can do as a board to support the efforts that you all are going through in order to try to find solutions to all of these problems. So I know one of the issues is the lack of subs, and so when staff is out finding people to cover the classes, I appreciate that you're still trying to keep class sizes small, so you're not going to put a whole nother class in with a classroom with a teacher, which is great, but that means that maybe schools have to close because there aren't enough staff. So this isn't a question you need to answer right now, but I just wondered if there are things like, I don't know, making it more appealing for subs to work in the district, or if there was anything that we needed to do or talk about with bus drivers and trying to make sure that we have enough bus drivers and enough buses, and anything that is coming up as a potential problem, if there are ways that we can help with those solutions. I am just offering that I think we all, I mean, I'm speaking for myself, but I feel like we would all want to support those efforts in whatever way we can.
Thank you. And Ms. Duke, is there anything you would like to add there? I know you've made some efforts. Mr. Gassman said, if any of you have,
I do not have a commercial
love, we
sorry.
can get you trained.
Yes, we have worked, to remind you, we contract out our subs, and we have, tried different things. We have offered an incentive if they'll work 10 days, just trying to get more volume. It had no effect. Today I sent to Ms. Moore to put on our social media accounts, and quite honestly, I don't know if she had it was late in the day, a brochure that they created that is some testimonials from our subs that are working about how safe they feel. And there's some pictures of our classrooms showing the dividers and the kids wearing masks. And we're hoping, because that's what they're hearing, is that they just don't feel safe, working at this point, which is, what we're dealing with, a lot of people.
Dr. Dykeman, if I can add, tomorrow we'll be sharing out Better Together, our monthly newsletter from the district. If you all can share that out, we have the flyer and poster that Ms. Duke is mentioning in there. So we are recruiting those substitutes and bus drivers. So you can help by sharing it with all of your colleagues and friends. And as we get people in, we can get them trained. So forward our newsletter out. That's a great way to share information for us. So we appreciate it. We also offered our employees a referral fee for referring someone to come and drive a bus for us. I've talked to my peers around us. We're not alone. Everyone is struggling getting subs and drivers right now. It's just a fact.
Dr. Thomas, is there, related to Dr. Dykeman's question, is there, I know we've talked about like the reserve fund and things like that. And so I guess this is sort of a question and a statement related to Dr. Dykeman's, and just wanted to reiterate my support as a board member for, any support that the district needs as it relates to, I know Ms. Duke, you mentioned like recruitment incentives. And I'm saying this, and I have not even asked Dr. Thomas or Mr. Schooneman, so they're the finance people, but if that means that people need to be, paid more, if recruitment incentives need to be there, hazard pay or whatever it is to make particularly our individuals that are on the front lines feel more comfortable. And I don't mean to like diminish safety to money. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, trying to look at what's within our control as board members. And I just wanted to reiterate the support to the commitment for financial support, the financial support that we're able to provide. Dr. Dykeman, I'm sorry, I interrupted you with your questions for Dr. Thomas.
Oh, no, that was it. It was sort of a question comment, so it didn't require an actual answer right now.
I've got one question that I would like to, I guess, ask Ms. Duke. I read a statistic, and I can't even explain, I can't wrap my mind around it, but I read a statistic in whether the Georgia School Board Association magazine, the National School Board Association, or something, or maybe the New York Times, saying that there are 335,000 less staff members in education. Now, they may have included college too, since the pandemic, that we've actually lost hundreds of thousands of positions. Does that make any sense to you? Okay, so
Positions? Like, is it saying that people have left the education, or that school districts have cut positions?
that they have left, that they've just abandoned education. And I didn't know if
We've had some, yeah, we've had some people leave. They, for various reasons, some, or just the standard. We always have people leave in the year because of illness, spouse transfers, that kind of thing, promotions. But we have had people leave because they didn't feel safe, and they chose not to teach anymore.
So I guess if every school district had a few throughout the country, I guess it would add up, and then maybe on the college level as well. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I want to chime in here. Pardon me, because I've been listening carefully about this business of substitute teachers, etc. That's been a problem with that far before pandemic. Now, let me give you some examples. And I was listening when something was mentioned about not having to combine classes. And as I stated, this is not anything new, because of the fact that years ago, when I was a principal, we had to combine classes because it was so difficult to hire substitutes. Now, to give you a little bit of history, when I started in Clark County School District, in order to substitute teach in this district, you at least had to have a degree. Well, over the years, they had to change that, and they changed it, in terms of people having high school diploma or whatever, but still you have a problem, okay? Raise the amount that you pay substitute teachers every day. Now, there are districts in this state, they pay higher fee than we do in terms of substitute teachers. I don't care if you pay $100 per day, you're gonna have problems with substitute teachers, because we went to SubFinder. That helped for a while, but the point that I'm trying to get over here, that is not going to go away, people. It's not going to go away. And as a principal, when you have teachers out and you can't get a substitute teacher to be in that class, you don't have any other option but to combine some classes. And that's what I had to do. I talked to the faculty and said, I know you have a planning period, but in your department, we can't find two sets. So we're going to alternate, and you are going to have to combine classes. You have to do what you have to do, because these kids must be supervised and they must be taught.
Mr. Worthy, we have instructed principals not to combine classes during this pandemic. You're right. Normally, that is the way you deal with the sub shortage. They are to instruct us when they have run out of options, so we can send central office staff to help.
Yeah, the only thing I was saying, combining classes then, that was different because we were not in a pandemic, but you did, because like, as I said, students must be supervised.
Dr. Anderson asked a question about staffing. Yes, Dr. Anderson, up until basically this week, it had been the challenges at schools had been due to staffing. Mr. Gaskins, please correct me if I'm wrong. This week, as we have come further out from the Thanksgiving holiday, we're moving into more cases of people in closer circles and more concerned about spread. But prior to this point, it had been a staffing issue, and that's why we were able to do closures by school. I shared a document yesterday, and it might not have gone to our incoming board members, but there were 2 positive cases at Clark Central High School yesterday. Those 2 cases resulted in 83 close contacts. So now we're at a place where just being able to maintain the contact tracing in a time manner that is safe and efficient is our concern, to be able to make sure that we're contacting those individuals, notifying them, explaining quarantine procedures. And that has not, it's been tiring before, but now it is close to impossible because of the after effects, the post Thanksgiving holiday. And that was what made us make the decision about January, is that allowing time for those positive cases to come in and hopefully people to isolate or quarantine and be able to come back to school healthier than we currently are finding people right now. That is it for me, Dr. Gant. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas, for the updates as well as the reminders for us to stay focused on the children of our district. We will move forward with our financial report. Dr. Thomas and Mr. Schoeneman.
Mr. Schoeneman will present the report. Mr. Schoeneman? I don't see him.
Did we lose him?
I'm wondering.
I know I saw him on here.
Yes, he was here.
But
No, he's there.
okay, I don't see him in my view anymore, but
I see his name and he's muted, and I could attempt to read them, but I don't think you all want me to do that.
Now he's unmuted.
Okay.
You guys caught me at the wrong time. I'm sorry. I just stepped out for a second.
That's okay.
Okay. I can share my screen. All right. Tonight we're going to take a look at the October financials. So keep in mind we're December 10th tonight. So it's not the last period, it's the period before that. So for our cash and fund balance, through the 4th period of the year, so through the end of October, we are actually slightly above where we are at this time frame in FY19. And that is despite, if you recall, we transferred out $2.8 million. The board approved us moving $2.8 million out of our property account over to Fund 370, which is our our capital project account. to start paying for the Prince Avenue project. So despite that $2.8 million being transferred out, we're still slightly ahead of where we were at the end of, or I guess at this point in FY20. And that's primarily because we added $4.5 million over the course of FY20. So looking at our graph, both our cash and our fund balance at this point in the year, it's the yellow line, is sitting at about $3 million above the blue line. So the blue line is FY20 and the yellow line is FY21. And both of these lines, both cash and fund balance, I expect, just due to our budget, as long as everything goes as planned, to fall below the blue line and end up somewhere about $4 million below the blue line, just because of what we budgeted so far. So next, we're going to take a look at our revenues. Despite our property taxes not being collected quite as quickly as they were last year, we're sitting at 77.8% of our property taxes being collected compared to 82.5%. Because of the way our budget is weighted more heavily towards property taxes this year, we're actually ahead of where we were at just in terms of percent collected than where we were at in FY20. So we're sitting at almost 52% compared to 51.5% a year ago. Overall, I don't have much concern about our ad valorem or property taxes at this point. There's a couple things worth noting regarding our QBE funds. One of them is good and one of them is bad. I'll start with the bad first. If you take a look, the way that the QBE is funded, it's based off of our FTE counts. And so what I've done is gone in and looked at our October FTE counts from October of 2019 to October of 2020. And here's the change from year to year. And from October 2019 to October 2020, we're down over 500 students. So that's 4% decline. That's going to directly translate, there's a lag effect to our QBE revenue in FY22. So that's the downside. On the flip side, for FY21, if you recall, there was a significant austerity reduction to our QBE revenue. So currently it's a negative $7.3 million that the state is withholding from our overall QBE distribution. I've gone in and I've looked at our state revenues. Each month they put out a similar revenue report that we do at CCSD. So here is all of the revenue reports by month, by year for the state of Georgia. And keep in mind, these are actually in thousands. So instead of being 1.6 million, it's actually 1.6 billion. So year after year, between 17 and 18, it grew about 4.4%. Between FY18 and 19, it grew 4.8%. Between 19 and 20, after COVID hit, it ended up falling by about 4.4%. So that's one of the reasons why the state had to turn around and figure out where they can save money and basically balance their own budget. And that's where our austerity measures, the amount that they withheld from QBE, that's why those took place. So month to month, looking at FY19 to FY20, so this was last year, you can see the state was chugging along pretty good. And right before shelter in place in March, overall, the state was on track to grow about 2% in terms of revenues. Then April hit, shelter in place, boom, a significant decrease from the prior year in terms of how quickly they're receiving revenue. And that those last 3 months of the fiscal year really translated to quite a shift from being up 2% to being down 4.4%. On a positive note, looking at what they have reported through the end of October, despite COVID continuing, it looks like not only have things kind of returned to normal, but as of October, when we're looking at year to date, the state's revenue is actually up over 5%. So to me, that's a good sign when it comes to the austerity continuing in the future. You know, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know what it's going to look like these remaining months of the fiscal year. But once the governor starts building his budget, he's really going to start looking at where they are at cumulatively. And there's at least one state economist that will probably have a lot more information at hand than I do. But just looking at it from a pretty high level, it looks like the state economy is on a decent track to recover. So with that being said, I've got a decent feeling that some, if not all, of this QBE allotment reduction will go away for FY22. Now, I mean, I don't want to say all because I think that they've got a trend of not releasing all of it right away, but I don't think that the allotment reduction is going to be as significant as we saw in FY21 in this current year. Our expenditures for CCSD were slightly ahead of where we were at in the same time frame of FY20. There's nothing alarming in terms of expenditures at this point. When we take a look at our cash flow projections, the orange part, keep in mind that those are actuals. So here's our actual revenues and our actual expenditures. And then the blue is what we're projecting out for the remaining part of the year based off of our current trends and what's been budgeted so far. And what it's looking like is, although we had budgeted, our current budget right now calls for about a $5.5 million decrease in our fund balance and cash. It's looking like it's going to be closer to 4.5 million right now. And just the way things have been shaping up, I kind of suspect that this 4.5 million will kind of continue to shrink. Although, I mean, it's not going to go down to zero. We'll probably still spend more than we bring in. But although we're looking at a $4.5 million deficit, it's still better than 5.5 million. So that kind of translates back up to our cash and investment position and our fund balance position. These orange lines falling below our blue line and ending up somewhere probably close to where this blue line started. So overall, that is my financial report for the end of October. And if anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to entertain them.
I do have a question, Byron. Thank you. And maybe we can talk about this in the Finance Committee meeting, but the QBE funding down, I think, was it 0.4% for fiscal year 21? Is that offset at all by any of the CARES funding?
It is in FY21.
Okay, so that
not
CARES is
necessarily our decrease in FTE, but our overall budget deficit for FY21, a lot of the budget deficit is made up by the CARES Act money that we received in FY21. So going into FY22, that's another area of uncertainty. Although our economy may be shaping up and looking up, there's no promise for any continued CARES Act funding. So if we do have a deficit in FY22, it'll probably have to be pulled directly from fund balance as opposed to leaning on additional federal resources.
I agree with that. Thank you. And one other question about the the dollars that were mentioned earlier from the audit, where we talked about have you had a conversation about that at all, first of all? And have you had a chance to look at that and its impact on where we are? And if you haven't, we can wait until the finance committee meeting, but did that money already get transferred back into our accounts? And is it?
It has, and it was a couple months ago at this point when we had a really good SPLOST receipt month. I think it was about $1.3 million that we got out of that audit. And keep in mind that audit, it looked at, it was like, it was 5 to 7 year time frame that this software was transmitting receipts incorrectly. And so when auditors looked at it, they calculated a number and made distributions to all counties. And there's no way for us to know what time frame those receipts benefited. So we just received one big lump sum, and it's just been allocated directly to our SPLOST 5 account as it stands right now.
And so did it come in looking like just a huge SPLOST increase, or did it come with an explanation that it was because of an adjustment?
Well, we got an explanation ahead of time. We got email notifications to say, hey, this is what happened. You'll be seeing an additional deposit. At that time, there wasn't really any kind of advice in terms of how to account for it or what SPLOST referendum you should spend it towards. Since then, I went to our GASBO meeting in November, and since we don't know what time frame those receipts were from, the recommendation was just to spend those according to your current SPLOST, and that's why we just lumped it in together with our SPLOST 5.
Okay, thank you. That helped me.
Welcome.
I didn't think I slept some big number like that, but okay, maybe I did. All right, thanks.
Yes, Byron, I know that you talked about the austerity cuts in past years, but I want to ask a question. Are you anticipating some austerity cuts for FY22 budget?
That's kind of the intent of looking at the state's revenue reports. And right now, as they're up 5%, right as the governor is looking at developing the state's budget, I would project that if there is austerity in FY22, it will be less than what we received in FY21. Now, I can't say whether or not or with any certainty that that's going to happen. I just am looking at and making a rational conclusion that, hey, the state revenues have increased even more than pre-COVID figures. To me, that's justification for taking away those austerity measures that they're implementing on all school districts in the state.
Yeah, well, I thank you for that, because when you look at these austerity cuts, and I think that you're aware of this, what the state doing, and you mentioned about balancing their budget. They balance the budget, the state budget on the back of education. That's partially what austerity cuts are all about. But anyway, thank you for that information.
Welcome.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Schooneman. This is an action item. So is it your recommendation that the board accepts this report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The floor is open.
I move that we accept the financial report given by our CFO.
Second.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Worthy, for the motion, Dr. Yeager for the second. Any further discussion or questions? Okay, Dr. Thomas, if you would call roll for us.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes.
Dr. Yeager?
Yes.
Dr. Dykeman?
Yes.
Mr. Worthy?
Yes.
Dr. Gant?
Yes.
Dr. Knox?
Yes.
Dr. Maddox?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the financial report has been accepted. We'll move forward to item number 11, I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Yeager. We can't
Got
hear
it.
you.
Sorry,
but-
sorry. Seems like I turn it on and off backwards. All right, excuse me. Thank you, Dr. Gant. So these are only policies that we have already discussed. They were up for public comment for a month or a little bit more than a month, and there was no public comment. So it's my recommendation, without having to go through them all, that we just move them to their final state, as we've discussed a month ago. If there's any questions, I'm happy to address those.
Second.
All right. So
These were the
Dr.
A's.
Yeager, was that a motion for you? Was that a motion that you made?
Am I allowed to recommend a motion as I guess I would, yeah. That's a motion to, well, I recommend that you accept these policies as revised or reviewed. Yes, that's a motion. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
Did Tawana second it?
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought you said motion. I'm sorry. I thought I heard you say move.
Maybe
I
you did. I'm sorry.
Yes,
It's getting
second.
a little late. Okay, so second, any additional questions for Dr. Yeager? All right, so Dr. Thomas, we have a motion and a second to accept the policies that are listed in item 11.1 and move them to their final destination, be it adopt, rescind, review. If you would take roll for that motion, please.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
No,
Dr. Yeager,
Yes.
Dr. Dykeman,
Yes.
Mr. Worthy,
Yes.
Dr. Gant,
Yes.
Dr. Knox,
Yes.
Dr. Maddox.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So those policies have been accepted. The changes to those policies have been accepted. We'll move forward to item number 12, 12.1 are our personnel recommendations. Dr. Thomas?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. It is my recommendation that our personnel list be accepted as presented.
I move that we accept the personnel list as presented.
Second.
Okay, that was Ms. Davis for the motion and Mr. Davis and Mr. Worthy. One of them for the second. Any questions for Dr. Thomas? All right.
I have a question. I have one
Oh,
question.
okay. Dr. Knox.
If for some reason when I looked on board docs, I didn't actually see the recommendations. I guess they're on there, but it's like the icon went away. I just wanted to make sure that the list was still on there.
Yeah.
It's there now, for
Yeah.
sure. It was there yesterday.
I had the same issue.
To
refresh.
Mm-hmm. If your work, like my issue was,
Yeah, just so we're clear, I've looked at it before, but when I went back to it tonight, it was like the document wasn't attached. So I've looked at it.
yeah, that's what happened to me as well, Dr. Knox. I had to go back and log in on a different computer or something like that, but I was logged out apparently and looking at a different view. Any additional questions? Okay, Dr. Thomas, if you would take roll for us.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Dr. Yeager,
Yes.
Dr. Dykeman,
Yes.
Mr. Worthy,
Yes.
Dr. Gant,
Yes.
Dr. Knox,
Yes.
Dr. Maddox.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. So the personnel recommendations have been approved. We'll move to item 13, and all of these are action items. The floor is open for a motion for our 13.1. I know November 5th work session minutes.
Can I make a motion to approve 13.1, 13.2, and 13.3?
Absolutely. Is that
I
your
second that
motion?
motion.
Okay, so Dr. Dykeman made a motion to approve items 13.1 through 13.3. And Mr. Worthy made a second. Are there any questions or discussion around those items? And just for the record, item 13.1 are the November 5th work session minutes. Item 13.2 is the November 12th board meeting minutes. And item 13.3 is the December 1st hall meeting minutes. All right. If there are no questions, Dr. Thomas, if you would take roll for us for all in favor.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Dr. Yeager,
Yes.
Dr. Dykeman,
Yes.
Mr. Worthy,
Yes.
Dr. Gant,
Yes.
Dr. Knox,
Yes.
and Dr. Maddox.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And just as a reminder, we removed 13.4 off of the agenda. We'll move forward with 13.5, and this is an action to approve the purchase of 2 new Bluebird propane buses from our state funds.
I've just got a question and I think I've
Make a
been,
motion first.
oh, I'm sorry. We have to make it as a motion first, right?
No, you don't. You can or you don't have to. Information can be
Okay.
be
Yeah,
provided right now or after the motion.
Yeah, well, let me go ahead and move that it be moved forward. So I'm introducing it then.
Mr. Davis made a motion to accept item 13.5. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Worthy made a second. Mr. Davis?
Yeah. The only question that I had is that this is kind of a trial run, that if these buses are successful, then perhaps future purchases will move in this direction in terms of fuel.
Yes, sir. That is our recommendation from Transportation Department.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, let me make a comment here. It's time for questions and discussions here. I just want to remind all board members that these are Bluebird buses, and those buses are manufactured right here in the state of Georgia. In fact, Fort Valley, Georgia. And the transportation director, Mr. Weaver, probably can agree with me on this. The Bluebird buses are manufactured better than some of these buses all the way across the country. I learned that some years ago in the state of Georgia, and also by attending an SBA conference. These are really good manufactured buses. I just wanted to make a comment on that.
And question? The propane is higher fuel efficiency? Is that what I understand compared to gasoline?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's a cleaner fuel, which makes it better for the drivers. The buses run quieter, so that will help with the noise on the bus. We're dealing with student conduct, and it's a cleaner fuel and everything.
Thank you.
So with that, Mr. Weaver, the reason we didn't go all the way, and I guess I was asking the question kind of indirectly, but are propane buses, are they relatively new and they really have not been fully tested in terms of length of services? Or I'm just trying to figure out why we are ordering both types of buses.
Actually, we're just recommending that we order propane buses because it's a cleaner fuel, and diesel is really not healthy for the students. We want to try to give clean air and clean emissions to help with the growing situation and help our situation with clean air.
So 13.6.
I'm
I
sorry.
think they're both propane, Greg. Both
Oh,
move.
they're both propane.
Yes, they are all
Just coming
propane.
from different accounts.
Okay. I just saw a
Yes.
difference between 13.5 said propane and 13.6 did not. That was
No.
what was confusing me. Okay.
No, they're all propane.
Do we get any other kind of benefits for going to propane?
Yes, we do get alternative fuel rebates for purchasing propane.
Thank you. That's good.
I was also going to chime in. I think, the Weaver, don't we get state bond money specifically for alternative fuel buses? So they provide kind of like a separate stream that's not for diesel buses, but something that's specifically for these buses.
That is correct. We get about I think it's $4,000 rebate per bus. It may be a little bit more than that, but we do get an alternative fuel kickback from the state.
I also think that we may get additional funding to purchase them through the bond bus program. I'll be happy to look into that, but I think that's one of the other reasons that's driving it is we get additional funding to purchase these types of buses in the state.
I remember reading
absolutely
something
correct.
similar to that. So yes, that would be really good to add to this so that we'll have a better picture of the big picture. Thank you.
And that's an $8,000 per bus for that alternative fuel.
So this is actually getting cheaper.
Yes.
That's good. Okay. And these aren't specialized buses. These are just for regular transport or general transport.
That is correct. We purchased some that were mid-sized for the special needs group, and then because our district is larger, I to go with a larger bus. Even though we're in the pandemic time, we won't always be here, so that when we are having to transport all of our students, we will be able to get more of them to school on time.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good decision.
All right.
I move that we accept.
I think, okay, for some reason I thought we had a motion and a second, but can
No, you
Oh,
did.
okay.
we do? Okay.
I
Okay.
withdraw my comment. Okay.
That's okay. Thank you. So Dr. Thomas, if you would take roll for us for item 13.6 for all in favor of approving.
It's 13.5.
I'm sorry. 13.5, the action to approve the 2 new propane buses from the state board. I'm sorry, the state bond funds.
Okay. Mr. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Dr. Yeager,
Yes.
Dr. Dykeman,
Yes.
Mr. Worthy,
Yes.
Dr. Gant,
Yes.
Dr. Knox,
Yes.
and Dr. Maddox.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. We'll move forward with item 13.6. And that is the action to approve the purchase of 5 new Bluebird school buses from the SPLOS fund.
I move that we pass the adoption of 5 new propane buses out of SPOS funds.
Second.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Davis and Ms. Davis. Are there any further questions or discussion?
Yes, one question here. Now these funds coming out of SPOS. Now, what's that, SPOS 5? I want to know whether this was included in SPOS 5.
Mr. Worthy, this is part of our regular SPOS money that we use each year to buy either buses or technology upgrades or devices.
Okay, I just want to be sure because, and I won't call the name of the school district, got in some serious problems about spending money to purchase buses, and it was not included in the SPOS referendum. I just want to be clear on that.
Okay.
This is out of our SPOS 5 referendum, I think, the 2016.
Yeah,
that's what I said.
We made sure that one was very broad to cover these kinds of things.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. I want to be sure now. I don't want to be handcuffed.
You're right.
I agree, Mr. Worthy. I don't think any of us want to be handcuffed.
And go to jail.
Especially my last board meeting.
Oh, that would be the time. Okay.
Are there any additional questions? Okay. If not, Dr. Thomas, I don't see any hands. Dr. Thomas, if you would take roll for us.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
Miss Davis,
Yes.
Dr. Yeager,
Yes.
Dr. Dykeman,
Yes.
Mr. Worthy,
Yes.
Dr. Gant,
Yes.
Dr. Knox,
Yes.
Dr. Maddox.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so that motion passes. Item 13.7, this is our school work calendar. And so we've seen this before, at least the draft of this before. And so it's on our agenda tonight to take action. So the floor is open.
I move we accept the calendar as is.
Second.
Okay, Dr. Yeager and Mr. Worthy. Any additional questions? Okay. Dr. Thomas, if you would take roll for us.
Ma'am, Mr. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
Miss Davis,
Yes.
Dr. Yeager,
Yes.
Dr. Dykeman,
Yes.
Mr. Worthy,
Yes.
Dr. Gant,
Yes.
Dr. Knox,
Yes.
Dr. Maddox.
Yes.
Okay, so we've adopted our school board meeting calendar. Item 13.8, this is the action to approve the annual eligibility, recruitment, selection, enrollment, and attendance plan and selection criteria for Head Start, early Head Start.
I move that we approve the eligibility, recruitment, selection, enrollment, and attendance plan for Head Start, early Head Start.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Davis made the motion, Dr. Maddox is second. Are there any follow-up questions about the information that's included here?
Is this the same as it has been before, or are there changes?
It is the same as last year's plan. It was designed based on community assessment, and despite COVID, the changes to the community assessment have not indicated a need to change in our criteria. Our criteria still match those needs that appear to be within the community.
Great, thank you.
You're so welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions? All right. Dr. Thomas, if you would take roll.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes.
Dr. Yeager,
Yes.
Dr. Dykeman,
Yes.
Mr. Worthy,
Yes.
Dr. Gant,
Yes.
Dr. Knox,
Yes.
Dr. Maddox.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move forward to item 13.9, and that is the action to approve Foothills intergovernmental agreement for the 2020-2021 school year. And from my understanding, this is just the agreement that we tend to review and approve or take action on each year. Dr. Thomas, is there any additional information other than what's listed here?
There were some yellow highlights in the document. Are those additions or what's the yellow highlighting mean? Page 2 and 3 and 4.
I was looking.
I didn't.
I believe those are changes from last year's. So we've been approving this every year for several years, and I think those are the places that it might vary some from the version that you approved for last year.
It would seem like one change is that we can expand different locations of Foothill, and wherever county accepts it would pay the freight.
That wasn't very clear to me, so I'm glad you were able to interpret it that way. I would like for us at some point to really have a discussion about this contract, because I don't know if it is still in concert with our overall plan for how we plan to educate all of the children in Clark County. Is Foothills going to always be a player in this space, and how different is Foothills from our very own Classic City High School? And so, yes, I'd love for us to, at some point, and not tonight, but to actually have a conversation about the services that we're getting from Foothills and what that actual cost is to us. And do they carry our FTEs when our students enroll in Foothills? Does that transfer to them as well? So I'd love to see a financial analysis of our work with Foothills over the last few years.
And I agree with Ms. Davis on this. Of course, it's no secret I've shared my opinions on charter schools. So I'm definitely no vote on the contract. But I definitely think we need to definitely look at Classic City High School, as I just because I believe that was way back in June. On expanding on that model for our students. I believe it's really been successful, and it can be a lot more successful. So that's where I stand.
There were two questions I can answer. They do generate their own FTE at Foothills. And yes, they do pay to use our space. So they are a separate entity that rents space for us. That's correct.
And so
And it wasn't always that way when they started. I think the participating districts were providing space to get them started. You know, it was sort of part of the program. And you may already understand this, but this is actually for the year we're already in. It was sort of an oversight that we didn't get this one approved when everyone else did. So it's really not too early to start pulling together that information that Ms. Davis is asking for, because it won't be long before you're looking at the one for the coming year. So.
Yeah, I noticed that it expired. Yeah, it's just until the end of June 2021.
That's right.
Right. So I know it's the current year, but yeah, I would like for us to weigh this, continuing this alternative to what we're doing with our other credit recovery and addressing the needs of, students who prefer the evening classes and that situation. I think Foothills is a great program. I'm not at all concerned about that, but I do want us to make sure that we're not at cross odds with what we're trying to do to make sure that we're meeting the needs of all of our students instead of having to put them out of our schools and send them to an alternative school. And if that's a strategy for us, then I would like for us to be able to articulate that.
Well, I would like to think that maybe technically they're not our students, but they are students that live in Clark County. And I would, along with the financial piece, I would also want to understand better the enrollment, and there's some unique abilities that Foothills and such charter schools around the state have in terms of attendance, in terms of credit recovery, in terms of age. There are a number of factors involved. So I would like to make sure that we're not just looking at the financial piece for the district, but also what is best for not just our own students, but even if we are concerned about what happens to our students even when they leave the district. If not, then we would not be so attuned to being career ready. And so anyway, I would want a fuller discussion and not just the financial piece of it.
I agree with that. A full discussion would be really beneficial.
But do understand, most of the students that are enrolled in Foothills, they're older students. These are students that dropped out of school. They may have needed 2 units to graduate or whatever they needed. And they wanted a high school diploma. This is why this program started. In fact, Dr. Sherry Gibbons Sherman, which is was a principal here in Clark County, is head of that program. But anyway, what I wanted to say, that was a gentleman that was 60 years old that earned his high school diploma. So do know that now. It's not necessarily the students that dropping out of school now going to Foothills. These are older students. Some of them even have
I'd
families.
love to hear that program, because then I would ask, how does that compare with the GED program at Athens Tech? And so yes, a lot of, I think there's a lot to be learned from this successful venture.
Dr. Sherry Gibbons Sherman will give you an earful.
Well, she helps us out on some other stuff.
And she did give us a presentation probably the last year that Dr. Lanou was with us.
Yes.
Well, she also does the training for some of the charter schools because of the charter system too. So
that's correct.
Love her and would be happy to have her give us a presentation. But I would really like to just know the story of Foothills.
I've added that to the notes for an upcoming meeting.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for that information. So the floor is open for a motion for this item.
I so move.
Go ahead, Linda.
I so move.
I second.
To accept to sign the contract. Thank you.
Okay, so that's a motion by Ms. Davis, a second by Mr. Davis. Just for the record, are there any additional questions or discussion? Okay, Dr. Thomas, if you would take roll for us.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens?
No.
Ms. Davis?
Yes.
Dr. Yeager? Dr. Yeager?
Her screen froze.
Okay. Dr. Dykeman, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Worthy?
Yes.
Dr. Gant?
Yes.
Dr. Knox?
Yes.
Dr. Maddox?
Yes.
Is Dr. Yeager still frozen?
She is.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stevens.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll move forward to item 1310, and that is action to approve the superintendent contract for 2020 through 2023.
I move that we approve the superintendent contract for 2020 through 2023.
I second.
Okay, I heard Ms. Davis for the motion. I did not. All right, Ms.
And there was a whole chorus, right?
I heard Ms. Davis for the motion and Dr. Maddox for the second. Any questions, discussion?
Thank you, Dr. Thomas, for all you're doing.
Thank you.
And I would just reiterate what I've said in the past. It's yours. Definitely take control and lead in your own way. And I'm looking forward to seeing you, even though I'm going to be on the outside now. You'll still see some letters from me.
I would just like to clarify on the behalf of the public something that we're aware of, and that is, first off, legally, as Mr. Pruitt has said repeatedly, there is no position of interim superintendent in state law or anyway. And so what we are doing is renewing the contract of our superintendent for the next 2.5 years.
Yeah, and I think just to echo, we've been at a place of transition, and we'll continue to transition. There's still a lot of growing and learning, made a lot of strides, and so oftentimes as a when interim is there, there is sort of this can be an approach where it's sort of like an interim mindset, like we're just making it, not from Dr. Thomas, but we're all just sort of patching our way through and trying to make it to the next meeting. And so I think I echo the board sentiments in saying that we are looking forward to our work together.
Thank you all. I appreciate all of the support for the last year. It's been, I don't know if a short 12 months or a long 12 months, but it's gone by really fast, and I really appreciate the support of the board and our collective efforts to try to improve outcomes for our children. And we faced a lot of challenges this year. I said that to you all the other day. We've had cognitive, we've had Corona, and we've had some change. And but I think together we can continue to do the work. And I'm looking forward to this opportunity and helping to provide some stability as long as needed so that we can serve children in Athens, Clarke County.
Great. All right, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Dr. Thomas, if you would take roll.
Can I play like Mr. Stevens said about Dr. Yeager? I'm frozen. Just kidding. Here we go. Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Mr. Stevens.
Yes.
Ms. Davis.
Yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Yes.
She came back. Dr. Dykeman.
Yes.
Mr. Worthy.
Yes.
Dr. Gant.
Yes.
Dr. Knox.
Big yes.
And Dr. Maddox.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we are moving forward, and if you notice, items 13 through 11, no, 1311 through 1316 are our TADs, and so we'll take each one, but starting with 1311, that is our action to approve TAD 1, which is the mall area TAD. And so the floor is open either for further discussion or if someone wants to make a motion, and then we have discussion.
And I'd just like to chime in there. I know those of us that are on the government relations committee can sort of speak, but what we sort of came to, and I know President Gant was on there as well, sort of came into a conclusion of was only doing 1 or 2 TADs for now to examine those areas. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we came down to the mall area and West Broad Street, correct?
And if I could add to what Mr. Stevens said, and again, in my notes from the Government Relations Committee that I referenced earlier, where we had most of the school board members were there, and so were many of the county commissioners. From that, we've and this is dealing with extensively with Mr. Pruitt, who was extremely helpful in terms of creating kind of the documentation behind this. But there were 2 major changes that if we adopt even one of these TADs, would be that there would be what I'm nicknaming an escape clause. I don't know what the quite what the legal term is, but after 5 years, if there has not been a substantial amount of new economic growth in that TAD, then we would be able to withdraw from the TAD and reap whatever benefits, if any, have taken place in that economic zone. A second is what is the idea that, as presented by the county, school board members would be present as in an advisory capacity only, along with other individual community folks. What Mr. Pruitt has pointed out is that we can that the law allows a independent governmental agency to govern that TAD. And in the documents that he drew up, which they're all the same, whatever TAD that we adopt, if we support any of them, is that we would that the TAD board would be made up of 3 county commissioners and 2 school board members. And again, the advisory piece of it would still be in place as the county has proposed, but the deciding body of each TAD would be made up of a 3-2 ratio. Now, the county may very well say they're not interested, which is, they're the ones who invited us, and so this is our kind of counter offer. So, so I do want to point those 2 things out.
So is this action to approve this counter offer, to sit down with them and go over this again? Because I wasn't at that meeting, but they did come to us with a presentation and an ask. And so is this our response to that ask, not from your government relations meeting, but from our work session, I believe it was, that they came and spoke to us about this on?
If we pass one of those TADs, one of these 6 TADs or 2 of these 6 TADs, then yes, that would be something that we would give back to Mr. Pruitt, and he can work with their legal staff in terms of the formal language.
Why would we vote on this if we haven't discussed it with them and haven't formally presented it to them?
Well, I mean, it was talked about at the meeting. It just hasn't been in writing. I mean, the intent of what we're talking about was laid out.
So they agreed to this at your government relations meeting?
No, I mean, again, they were not there as an entire commission.
I see.
They were there.
Board wasn't there.
They were
right?
there as individual, just like we. We were there as individuals, as committee members, and then there were other individual board members who were there to simply listen and observe. And then the individual county commissioners were were present.
Greg, if we pass these and then they say, no, we don't even want you as part, we're not gonna go along with this, then what happens?
Well, then they can either go on their own, or they can go, take us back, begin to spend more time with us. Like we all agree, including the mayor, that things should have been done differently. To me, the context, with the broader context, because I have spent a lot of time on this. I've sent a lot of stuff out. I think Mr. Pruitt and our CFO has been, they have put forth some excellent information for us. And to me, that's why we're putting these stipulations in place, including the escape clause. But one thing that a bigger picture is, is the biggest TAD in this whole that generates the most money is the Newton Bridge. And I do not think that there's a certainly Dr. Thomas has shared that that's way too risky for her blood, and I think most of us would certainly agree with her.
It's actually the downtown one. I have misspoken on that too, but it's the downtown.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. What'd you say, Mike?
It's the downtown one. That's the huge
yeah,
one.
With the, okay,
downtown.
The downtown, but the Newton Bridge we know is coming online next year with 2 major developments.
Right.
That are going to increase the value of that TAD tremendously. Now, one thing that I'm suggesting to board members, and this would be for, this would be a discussion for next year, is that the Newton, and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you wrote that if you look at the Newton Bridge possibilities and you look at where School C is, and you look at what potentially the TAD can, and the county, how we can work together on developing that particular area. Because they've already said that if the Newton Bridge TAD comes into being, it's going to include substantial increase in housing development and apartment development, and that's going to impact us directly. And so we need to be at the table when that happens, and to see how the TAD can the revenues from the TAD can benefit the expansion of the school district, which we know at some point we're going to be doing anyway. Now, maybe 10 years down the road, who knows? But I think it's important for us, and going back to what Mr. Stevens said, I think it's important for us to at least tentatively work with the county, because they've spent a lot of time on this. It's just too bad it didn't involve us earlier, but to show that we do see the benefit of economic development. Because even if you look at the information that Byron has given us, the growth rate in the county has been over 7%, but most of that has been reassessed increase, which means your property, if you own a home or you own a business, the value of your property has gone up substantially. But in terms of economic growth, it's like 1.64% of actually new growth, new development. And if we want our students to be job ready, they need to have jobs to be job ready for. And we also are concerned about the economic well-being of the family. So I think there is grounds to show at least, kind of open the door a little bit to our own comfort level, given Byron's numbers, and go along with as Antoine says 1 or 2 of the TADs, and I think he specified 2 that I certainly would agree with. And but then with the stipulations, and then say we wanted this a larger discussion. If you want to pursue this idea of TADs, we want a much larger discussion, particularly around the Newton Bridge discussion, which really the Newton Bridge I found out is the one that kind of sparked the whole discussion of TADs to begin with, according to my preview of or my review of county commission meetings. So anyway.
And I would, I'm sorry.
I was trying to understand what the TAD simply says, we freeze our tax revenues where they are for 20 years. As this increase in those developing areas goes into a fund to help support redevelopment and economic development in a particular area. Is that right? And yet those areas don't have any defined projects. Is that right? And so what concerns me is we do not know what our world will look like if we have to make modifications to our existing schools today to accommodate a post-COVID world of education. And so I don't know if QBE is going to change, if we're going to get the money from the state to continue doing development, or maybe having to retool or redevelop or rebuild some of our schools or modify some of our schools to accommodate an more open air classroom. I really don't know what our financial needs are because I don't have a projection of where we're going with our development and with our facilities in the district. So without having a sense of what we're trying to build, I'm not sure that I could agree to, and so I'm probably going to be a no vote on this, to freeze our tax revenues with that much uncertainty in terms of, one, what these projects are really going to be, since nothing definitive beyond Newton Bridge, I believe, has been even brought to us. I'm just not comfortable that giving a clause back to someone who just, gave us a project. And this isn't the first time they made that presentation. We had this presentation several months ago talking about TADs. And so again, if we don't have a position on TADs, and I think what this is starting to do is become a position for us, is that we want to sit at the table if we're going to go in with this revenue sharing thing, is what I'm reading here, then I'm not sure that we're ready to have a vote on it. I'm just not, but that's okay. That's my uncertainty.
It's not 20, it's 5 years. I just, Linda, in terms of what we're proposing.
Did they propose 20 years to us? Yeah, because Byron's number said 20 years, was it not? So that's what they proposed, was 20 years. And we're going to come back and say, no, we only want to do this for 5 years. And so this isn't brand new to them. This is something that's been tried in other places. What is our likelihood of success on that? And again, you have a better feel for it because I wasn't there.
I have a question to go along those lines. Is that something that's even a possibility, to have an escape clause to get out after 5 years? Is that even legally something that you can do?
Yes, we involved our public finance lawyer. We call him our bond lawyer, but he does all kinds of public finance. And that was actually one of the suggestions he's made and that he has used in these arrangements in other places around the state that he's worked. So what it is you set some sort of benchmark for new growth that has to be met by the 5-year point. If it's met, then it goes on an additional 15 years. If it's not, then we're out. And that's actually a blank in the documents that you have on your agenda that we need to decide. If you want to do one or more at all, then we'd need to talk about how to fill that number in, what that benchmark should be.
And I would, I just want to chime in there because I know moving forward, like Greg said, we definitely want a voice in this, being that the school district it would be directly affected by this. And the way we reach those 2 TADs, the mall area in West Broad Street was also looking at the equity aspect as well, because this project wasn't presented with and economic development is a good thing in some cases, but it can also be a bad thing when it's not presented with other things there, such as zones that are going to be protected and contracts for that reflect how that community looks and things like that. So I'm more comfortable with areas that are already developed, revitalizing those areas to be greater than they already are, like the mall area and West Broad Street. But when you talk about economic development in areas like Nellie B, in highly Black areas, when we've been having a conversation about Lenintown and all these areas for so long now, that part didn't sit well with me. So going forward, I definitely believe that, and I know I won't be on the board, but for you guys that are remaining on the board, just keep that equity aspect in this conversation if these are passed. Make sure that you're putting pressure on commissioners to make sure that minority areas are protected and that equity is being applied when it comes to fair wages and things like that. So that's where I stand on this.
I had another question regarding like the Newton Bridge TAD, and I know there's one other one, I guess it's the downtown one that already has substantial development in it. How is it that they meet the definition of a TAD? Isn't it that an area that would only have development if they had this reinvestment of money from the county and the school district? It seems like these two areas already have substantial development and will have it, whether or not they're in a TAD.
That is an excellent
growth, I believe, as well.
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and something Byron and I have talked about. When you have particularly such as I think it was the downtown area that has a growth rate that actually exceeds the countywide average, I don't know how they can justify that. So that's something we would have to ask. And looking at their redevelopment plan, which is where that's supposed to be explained, it's just sort of boilerplate language, and the same language is used in each of the 6. So there is not any further explanation that would answer your question that I've seen.
And I know we talked about Newton Bridge like a year ago, or even probably more than a year ago. And I feel like even at that time, it was less developed than it is right now when they probably first started talking about the Newton Bridge area. But I feel like now it has really already had a lot of substantial development in that area.
And just for information, this is the spreadsheet that I built, and what Mike was referring to. The first thing that I did was go in and calculate the average growth rate over 10 years of our entire tax base. So on average, it's 2.53 over the last 10 years. It has grown a little bit quicker in the most recent 3 years. Last year, it was 7.4%. And that was made up of a reassessment value of 5.83, and then new growth of 1.64%. So that's what makes up each one of these growth figures. Is part of it is a reassessment, part of it is new growth. Overall, over the last 10 years, 2.53 for our entire tax base. And what I thought was important to do is compare that to the growth in each one of the tax allocation districts. Like you were mentioning, Ms. Dykeman, that there is growth in some of these, except for the mall area, which had negative growth. So other than that, you can see how the 10-year average of each TAD stacks up against our overall digest growth. So if our overall digest grew at 2.5%, each one of these, except for Newton Bridge and the mall, has grown faster than the average of our entire tax district or our entire tax digest.
So would that mean that the mall might be the most likely one to do if we want to do anything, just because at the current pace, we're not losing anything? Because if the tax, the amount continues to decrease, it'd be better to freeze at where we're at now. Is that correct?
I agree with that logic. And we've got nothing to lose really if the tax base in that mall TAD is decreasing. There won't be any additional resources for the county to allocate to actually improve the area if we do freeze it, because if those values keep declining, there's no additional funds to go back into the area.
I think so just a few comments. I know like I think it was the downtown one was the East Downtown one. I think that one was also linked with parts of District 2. That being an area where some infrastructure and just some different needs were. One of the things I shared with Mr. Davis is that I'm not fully opposed to all of these, but I don't think I can vote in favor of them right now. I do feel that we have a lot of different things going on. And so certainly if I had to rank them, it would be the one where we have the least amount to lose. But also if we have the least amount to lose, then that means we can still take another year to talk more about this, or at least within this upcoming year. I think another one of my concerns, well, I had a few different concerns, but another one of my concerns was that right now we don't have specific projects in mind. And although I know it would be out of our purview, it wouldn't be things that we would be voting on. I think from what I understand, those decisions will rest with the mayor and commission. It does feel a little bit like sort of a sacrifice on the school board's end to say, yeah, we don't know exactly what we're going to do. And I trust good things are going to happen, but understanding a little bit more, having more conversations about the specifics. What might that mall area TAD look like? What might be possible projects? I know that was useful when I sat in on the CAC. And then my other concern also has to do with, although we don't have a lot to lose, particularly with the mall area, without specific projects and then sort of agreeing to move in that direction when there is uncertainty about next year's financial situation, as well as, I think the millage rate that we're at is also at a maximum. I just think I would feel comfortable talking about it a little bit more. And it doesn't mean that even then I would be supportive of it, but I'm open to having more conversations. And so right now, I wouldn't feel comfortable supporting these.
I have one other question. When things like this are being planned, and this obviously didn't just happen when they presented it to us, there had to have been some conversations going on for a while with the county. Who would they have these conversations with in the district on the administrative team? I would imagine somebody on Dexter's team, perhaps Dr. Thomas. Would Byron have been included in these conversations?
Yeah. It would seem like it would be Mr. Fisher or Mr. Schooneman or both.
Yes.
You know that, this was brought up to us about 6 months or so ago, but I think that was the first time I had engaged in conversation about it, but it would seem appropriate that Mr. Schooneman for sure, and our attorney for sure, and then maybe some cross collaboration with Mr. Fisher.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I mean, normally, I think this iteration of it we just got in October, if I remember correctly. Now, you had a about a 30-minute presentation at a work session back in August of 19. And it just sort of, you know, it was very broad, and then it just sort of went away. And I think what we've heard since then is that the mayor, the Athens Clarke County Mayor and Commission had a lot of questions about it that they've been working through over this last year plus since then. But you know, you didn't get to participate in that, so now you're having the same questions, I would imagine. So yeah, normally the you know, when if a city or a county is interested in this, they would approach the school board, and it might happen sort of like it did in August of 19, but instead of you know, here's the done deal, approve it, it would be we're interested in pursuing something like this. Are you interested too? Let's talk about it. And then both bodies would appoint their administrative officials to get together and work on it and come back to you with some more concrete proposals. And, you know, it would just develop in the normal way.
And that's kind of where I'm at, where, again, number one, the mall area, number two, the Broad Street area, again with the 5-year escape clause, again with the 5-member deciding body in terms of where the funds come, because it would show an interest on the board to at least be open to working with the county on economic development, instead of, I mean, because I'm just trying to, I did hear what you said, Dr. Gant, and it's kind of like, you know, if we all took to, I mean, it has, Mike's right, it took them a lot of discussion to get to this point. And so it's almost like if we're not saying that, you know, if we don't agree to we're not going to the dance with them, but we're going to go out for a cup of coffee, we're making a little bit of a commitment. And so that's why I would hate to see us walk away and not support any of these TADs, particularly, you know, the mall area, and then secondarily, the Broad Street. But I think we need to support one on a limited basis, just to show that we're not averse to discussions on economic development and how it benefits our families and thereby our student body. But that's just my idea.
Yeah, and I think that, like, I do agree that it's an opportunity to collaborate. And so that's why I mentioned that I'm not opposed to having the conversation at a later time, but even if it's going to be one that, you know, that is fully supported, or however many, I think though that we can show that we're open to collaborations, and who knows, maybe even one of these TATs without it being the urgency that we decide for this year going into next year. And as it relates to the collaborative relationship, I agree. I think that has to be strengthened. And we right now, we also have something on the table as a collaborative effort. And well, actually, it's not specifically us, but Clarke County presented a potential project to the CAC committee, which was ultimately approved by the mayor and commission. And although it's not specific to Clarke County, it's for youth development. And so I don't see this as our only opportunity to collaborate. I certainly see it as an opportunity to collaborate, and I'm not shutting that door. It's just that I don't know that right now, for me, with them would be that I would feel comfortable with that.
So are we gonna vote on these individually, or what's our next, how do we move forward?
It'll be individual. Dr. Yeager has a question, Ms. Davis, and then we'll come back around.
Thank
Or come.
So I'm still trying to understand the logic of which ones, if we're going to do one or two, which ones we pick. I get that the mall is low risk because it's not generating much income right now. I looked at the Newton Bridge one, and that one has like a lot of potential, it seems like, and it's also pretty well planned, even though it's already started. And yet its growth is only 2% or so in Byron's analysis. So that one's sort of equivalent to, I'm just trying to get what are we weighing here in terms of risk and reward? The Newton Bridge one has been the longest lived one. We got it last year. I'm not quite understanding the not choosing that one, but choosing them all. So help me with the financial risk and reward potential here. Byron, am I understanding your analysis correctly? And you may have answered me in the chat, but when I got cut off, I lost all of the chat. So I didn't see it if you responded.
I did. I can repost that response. I'll show it again so you can take a look at it.
Sorry,
While we're waiting, have we already made a decision that we're going to support one or two?
Voting on that tonight?
I think we'll take a vote on each one, Ms. Davis.
Thanks.
Would it provide clarity, Dr. Gant, if I made a recommendation of a number so that as people are voting, they would have some guidance, or how would that work? Is that something Attorney Pruitt needs to give us direction on?
Well, although they're listed one by one, I'm not sure that you could vote on one without knowing what you're going to do with the other five. It is sort of a collective thing.
Right, that's what I was saying.
Yeah. And then if and when you get to the point of voting on them one by one, again, we've got to fill in those blanks on the growth targets, which could be just sort of a flat number picked from air, or it could be based on some percentage of the current value of total property in that TAD, or it could be a target that's set, you know, if you look at the historical growth rate and say we want to exceed it by some certain amount, because some growth would happen in all of them other than the mall one, just based on historical averages. Going back to answer Dr. Yeager's question, so what you're not seeing in that spreadsheet are that there's two pretty big developments in that area that will hit the tax digest in the next year or two that are not on it yet. So that growth rate, it was going to be a lot bigger without a TAD in the next year or two.
But with the TAD, that money gets harvested for the redevelopment to make it even better. Isn't that how it works? So right before, if you get the TAD in place right before that big jump, then that's money you can reinvest.
Yes, if they get that TAD in place right now, then all of that growth, 60% of which would go to your general fund for maintenance and operations next year, will instead go in that increment financing, and you won't get it.
And I would just say, just a little bit from my perspective, how I reached those two was looking at how these maps were painted out, Dr. Yeager, where some of these, well, really all of the rest of the districts from what I saw, they had lines that stretched into residential areas, including the Newton Bridge one, which I believe stretched up to headed towards the Rolling Ridge area. And that's what didn't sit comfortable with me. That some of those TADs, and especially the East Downtown one, even though it's called East Downtown, it was stretching all the way to Nellie B, through a bunch of residential areas. So those were the the TADs that just don't sit comfortable with me. If we're going to support economic development, then let that be in areas that are already designed to handle that that purpose.
So which ones are you recommending then?
The mall in West Broad Street.
Dr. Thomas, I do appreciate if you offered to set a number that would help me, but I don't know if where are you at on this?
It would be my recommendation that we consider a maximum of 2 projects.
I'm trying to think children first, and I'm just trying to figure out how we came up with a recommendation when we don't really have any plans for, what we would do if we have a shortfall.
And one quick clarification, well, not clarification, but one thing that was mentioned, I think Dr. Yeager, you made me think of it with the downtown TAD, that East Downtown one. I think one of the reasons that it went into like East Side and Nellie B District 2 is because that is an area that has been like, historically overlooked. And there are a lot of needs, there are like public infrastructure, sidewalks, things like that, that from my understanding, TAD dollars can go towards as well. But again, we don't know exactly, how it would be used specifically, but I think that's one of the reasons that area was attached to the downtown one, because downtown is such a thriving area. And so they attached an area of need there.
So
I also understand what Mr. Stevens is saying as well.
Yeah.
Dr.
and let me
Gant, the other thing, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but sort of the bridge between what Dr. Gant's saying and what Mr. Stevens was saying is that TADs are for economic development. If you're just building sidewalks and things like this in residential areas, all you're doing is diverting education dollars to county infrastructure. The only way there's any new dollars created is if there's economic development, new growth. And that typically means typically you have at least, even if you do an area TAD, you have at least one anchor project to get it kicked off. And that means that those TAD dollars, 60% of which are yours and 40% of which are the county's, generally speaking, based on the division of property tax revenues, those dollars go to putting in streets, sewer, water, the typical infrastructure that the developer might have to pay for himself if it weren't for the availability of this TAD. And then we all get paid back because that induces him to do the development. He builds some buildings that we get to tax, and down the road we get the money back.
Dr. Gann, this is neither here nor there, but I know in the meeting, Blaine, the city manager, he stated several times that, Commissioner Mariah Parker, the reason why that TAD was included and expanded out that far was because the residents asked for that. So Commissioner Parker actually, she fought for that area to be included. I'm really nervous about TADs, but I just wanted to bring that point as it related to that particular area.
Right.
And it's important, in my view, it's important to understand that we have tax dollars already that can go to things like sidewalks. If we can stop, if our progressive commissioners could stop concentrating on Prince Avenue in areas like this where they are white, I'm sorry, I don't know any other way to say it, then we can do some development when it comes to sidewalks in places like Nellie B. There just hasn't been a concentration on those underserved areas. So
I had a couple of comments that went along the lines of what Ms. Davis was saying, and sort of trying to figure out how this ties in with our mission for educating children. And I do understand what you're saying, Greg, about economic development and how that can help the families of the children. And so I don't think that that it's completely unrelated, but I think just the fact that we've spent so much time discussing this shows that we are open to collaborating on economic development. But for me, at this particular moment, given the uncertainty of what's going on with COVID, what's going on with the QBE for next year and the FTE counts and how much money we'll be getting from the state, and the fact that our millage rate is already at the highest that it can be, and every year we tell the citizens of the county that we have to keep it at 20 mills because we need that in order to be able to do the things that we need to do to operate the school district. I just don't feel like at this point we can take this money and put it towards potential economic development. I just don't feel like we have that luxury. I don't think it's a terrible thing to do at all, but I think there are lots of things that might be nice to do, but you just can't afford them. And I feel like for me, that's where I am right now with the TADs.
Dr. Dyke, about to say something very similar when I was speaking earlier, and I think someone jumped in, but when Mr. Davis asked me about a number, and I was going to say that at a max, if that ends up being the vote, but I am so aligned with what Dr. Gannett said, and you just similarly echoed, which is if we're going with the lower cost option, is it something we have to do tonight? And is it something that we can think through and work through and also determine what is going to be our financial position 6 months from now or a year from now? You know, what happens post-vaccine? What happens, you know, are we able to recover economy-wise? And I think Ms. Davis said, you know, how does this align with our work for children, and where is the work of the local government and their priorities and commitments, and what are our commitments as a school system? So yes, that was something I was going to end with before.
Dr. Thomas, Dr. Dyckman made a profound statement a few minutes ago. That's why I asked Mr. Sherman a few minutes ago whether he was anticipating some austerity cuts for FY22. You have to be a visionary on this, and I believe that's going to happen. And what Dr. Dyckman said a few minutes ago, you're going to have to keep 20 mills there in order to sustain the budget, and you still may have some shortfalls in that FY22 budget. You have to think ahead on that. Are we ready to vote?
Are there any other questions or discussions or clarifications?
May I suggest, because I'm not sure exactly how this is going to play, I guess if we just vote on it, it sounds like there's a good possibility there'll just be a no on all of them, which doesn't really. Would another option be to vote to authorize Dr. Thomas and her staff to engage in further negotiations using this draft document as sort of a starting point, but not actually approving anything as of yet?
Yes.
I could live with that. At least we'd be actually working, the right people will be in the conversation, and we'll have a position that we can actually support. We're not throwing something over the wall for them to throw it back at us. I think that it would be important to at least walk into a vote with some agreement on where you want to go.
Yeah, I think that's a darn good option you just put out there, Mike. I would go along with that.
I would too.
And Mike, you're referencing like just in general, so that's like all of them, tasks 1 through 6. It's not saying a specific project, but it's just saying continue conversations.
Right. I'm just suggesting one vote for all 6 of those items to say you authorize Dr. Thomas to engage in further negotiations.
And in the event that I have a conflict of interest with one of those, would just the best thing to do would simply be to abstain from that vote if it's considering.
Or we could carve that one out and vote on it separately. That might be the better thing to do. So you could just abstain on one and still vote on the other 5.
Okay, but either way, we're talking about just conversations.
But either way, we're just talking about, yeah, you're giving some direction other than just a flat no.
And I would say if we could make that language for just those 2 TADs that we came down to, because I'm a little uncomfortable with the rest of those on the table.
But we're not down to 2. You have a recommendation coming out of the Government Relations Committee to come down to 2. Were we supposed to vote on that?
Well, there's
Wait a minute.
There's no motion on the table yet, but anyone, including Mr. Stevens, could make a motion to authorize staff to negotiate those 2, but not the other 4, if that's the motion he or anyone else chooses to make.
Okay.
I like the option you just put out there, Mike, that we authorize, a motion can be made to authorize Dr. Thomas and her staff, whoever she would choose to do that, to have further conversation on all 6 of them. And if you do it that particular way, you hadn't voted on any of it, then obviously it's going to come back to the board later on for a vote. That's a darn good option there.
Was there a time commitment on this vote? I thought
That's what I thought too.
they were
yeah.
under some time sensitive thing that had to be done each year.
By the end of the year, they have to do it by December 30th.
Well, so that's not forever. That's just that. So properties are valued for tax purposes on January 1 of each year.
Right.
So if there was full agreement on any year in which you come to agreement on 1 or more TADs, that's the year in which the freeze will take place. There are no projects on the table right now, so whether the freeze takes place this year or next year doesn't seem that big a deal to me, but you're right. That is the way it was presented to you by the mayor and commission is, we would like to freeze it as of 2020, and we're asking you to join in that.
So I really like taking it back to where your suggestion, where we go back and let's try and do this the right way this time and let them work through the staff to come up with the recommendation to the board on how to do this. And yeah, I like the idea of putting that proposal out there, but again, I would like for us to vote on something that we actually have an agreement on.
My only reservation to that, I think is a good idea, is, Dr. Thomas and her staff are pretty full right now. And so I'm trying to, that's why I wanted some sense of the board, because not that Mike and Byron don't have their plates full too, but I don't think the COVID impact has been as great, I don't think, in those 2 positions. And I guess I just don't want to put something towards Dr. Thomas.
But this is her work, is it not?
What?
Help me, because if it's not their work, if this is not operations and not governance, I'm not clear. Is it their work or is it the board's work? I don't want to put it on them if it's the board's work, but isn't this their work?
But it's a combination. I'm glad you brought that up, because see, normally when we look at anything like this, and that's why I agree with the option that Mike made, because see, the superintendent going to have to be involved anyway. So I still say that's a darn good option, folks, because we can talk all night, and I see that we're not going to reach any type of agreement.
I
would like to get some clarity. Okay, so with the option that Mike put forward, so will Dr. Thomas and her team come back with recommendations on, she had earlier stated that she would feel most comfortable with no more than 2. So will the recommendation come back next month with those proposed 2? Is that what I'm understanding? Is that correct?
My
we
guess
asked
is
it.
it won't come back next month, period, because once December 31st passes, then there's another 12-month window to get this done within before the next valuation date.
Right.
I think if you decide tonight you don't want to approve any of them this immediately, but you do want to keep the talks going, then, there's not going to be any time pressure at that point.
That's one reason why
County-
I'm agreeing with your option, Mike, because I can tell you, all 6 of them, I'm prepared to vote no. Okay? And the option you put out there with the superintendent doing further collaboration with the city government on there, the mayor and commissioners on this, she can come back with 2 task recommendations. She can come back with 3, 6. I don't know. That's just unknown at this point.
And I guess,
think-
Mr. Pruitt, just for another point of clarification, like if, in fact, like if there is a motion to continue conversations on, let's just say 1 through 5, there is no obligation, or it's not necessarily saying that we support 1 through 5. It's just saying,
No.
see where conversations go.
Mhm.
And I think
That's-
I would
that's-
limit it.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Greg.
I was just going to say I would limit it to 2 tabs, just for the sake of clarity, and so the county can begin the process of whittling down what they're putting on the table.
My other thing is, and I know I'm sounding scattered because I am with this. So if we, because it seems like we're just pretty much it's still gonna be a no. If we go with what Mike just said, that's the same thing as saying a no, because you're saying that we're not gonna meet their deadline, so that's simply a no. And my
But we had
concern,
voted on it.
my concern is, if we don't participate in at least one, what would that impact be for us, in terms of still being involved? Or will we have to wait a whole entire another year? Like, I don't know. I'm just, I guess I don't know. I don't know if I'm for saying no to at least, not at least selecting one of them. Greg, can you help me?
And I don't know either. I don't think the vote. I mean, I'm just trying to keep the discussion alive, because I don't think the votes are there on the board. I mean, I'm listening to people, and the votes to me aren't there. That's why I'm just trying to figure out how we can realistically continue the discussion in a meaningful way, and not just because I think economic development is critical. And again, I quote Byron's numbers, where the biggest growth in this town is on my property. I don't need my property to be valued, 6% a year. I don't need that. I don't need it. What I need is economic development that employs people. And this town just doesn't have that economic development that I see. And we always talk about, well, we've got our population is so underserved in terms of job opportunities and the pay scales and everything, and low housing opportunities, and people getting pushed out of the county because they can't pay the rent. And yet when the county says, okay, we want to take a stab at economic development, we say, well, yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, that's right. That's where I am with
that. I'm just trying to kind of read the tea leaves. I mean, I would like to approve something tonight, given the stipulations we've already put out there. But I don't know how to whittle it down. I think the Newton Bridge argument is a good one, with that Trish argued. I think what Antoine said about East Ave, the Broad Street makes sense to me, because that is a economically viable area that could certainly use an uplift and to generate more you know, hopefully job growth. If they can't do it, they can't do it. And so we drop out after 5 years. So anyway.
If I could say one thing, someone very wise said that nothing changes if nothing changes. And so I actually think that the best play for us is to put something in the course of least regret, which I think if we were talking about the mall for 5 years, given where the mall area is right now in terms of its trend, I don't think that's much risk at all to us. And so if we show that we're willing to play ball at least a little bit, it's better than saying, I don't know, same time next year kind of thing. But again, I'm more in favor of change, perhaps, and nothing changes if nothing changes.
And that's what I support, just voting as is already listed in the agenda on this. And like I said, I'm only in support of the mall in the West Broad Street and feel very uncomfortable with the rest of them.
And so I'll tell you that the mall, I think there's a huge development going on out there now. Multiple units are being developed. And so I think that, again, wherever we go, we're going to see that potential. What I would like to see more is, I just want to see better process. I would rather have been included in these conversations with the right people in the district at the table so that we could come to a logical conclusion that the district could defend and support. I am tired of being drug into something, reacting to it, and for all the wrong reasons. I think, again, if we are absolutely clear that we can do without the money that we could potentially gain from not participating in this 6 potential TAD thing, then let's do that. If we've got another year, nothing's going to happen in a year's time that's going to change the face of the earth. If the TAD is good for this year, then we can bring it back again next year. But let's bring it back through the right channel so that we can actually make sure that our infrastructure is taken care of and that our kids are taken care of. I don't think we should be rushing simply to save face. There's no saving face here. We have a good relationship with this county. We're working with them on numerous projects. And so I don't think that this one thing changes anything drastically for us, other than we're committing to give up monies that we don't know that we can afford to give up. That's my point.
If I may, I was not suggesting that we save face. I was suggesting that we show a willingness to do something versus nothing. As in terms of what's lost in a year, well, if, as Dr. Yeager pointed out in the chat, since student achievement is directly correlated with economic status, if we can help in some way to foster economic development, we could perhaps save the students another year of lost economic development. I'm just on the side of doing something. I
think our something is standing up for process and doing it right.
Well, I side on the side of the students. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm also not about saving face, but I believe we should do something rather than nothing. If the mall is, is very minimum risk, I would consider voting for the mall. But it's not to save face. It's for the reasons that we have been discussing.
I'm going to call the question.
Second.
All right. Oh, okay. So we're on, let's see, we'll go through each one and take a vote. Item 1311, and that is the action to approve TAD number 1 for the mall area.
So moved.
Okay, Mr. Stevens for a motion.
Before you go further, remember there's a blank in that, so you need to fill in that blank when you make a motion.
I would suggest, Mike, you threw out $1 million.
Sure, and the mall areas, it's in a negative. It's the one of the 6. It's in a negative, trend. So any growth is good there. So, yeah, $1 million. $1 million would be. I just did it on my calculator. $1 million would be a little over 2% of the current total taxable value there.
Okay. So we had a motion with that blank filled in, correct, Mr. Pruitt and Mr. Davis? And there was a second. Did I hear a second?
Yeah, I seconded it. Or John seconded it.
Okay. All right. Assuming there are no more questions, but for the record, are there any more questions or discussion? Okay, Dr. Thomas, if you would take roll for us.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
No.
Dr. Yeager,
Yes.
Dr. Dykeman,
No.
Mr. Worthy,
No.
Dr. Gant,
No.
Dr. Knox,
Yes.
Dr. Maddox.
Yes.
That's 5-4, Ms. Palmer, on the first one.
5-4, yes.
Yes.
Yes. So
Yes.
that motion passes.
Yes, 5 yeses and 4 nos.
All right. So we'll move forward with item 1312, and that's the action to approve tab 2, the West Broad Hawthorne area.
So moved.
Second.
All right, so that was Mr. Davis for the motion and Mr. Stevens for the second.
Yes, sir.
All right, for the record,
Same $1 million benchmark.
Right.
Yes.
it was Mr. Davis and Mr. Stevens, right?
Yes. And it's $1 million benchmark.
Okay, all right, and for the record, are there any questions or further discussion? Dr. Knox?
Yes. So let's talk a little bit about the blank that was filled in and the rationale for that. Could Mr. Pruitt do that?
Wasn't my motion. I'm
No,
not sure what the
I'm
rationale
aware.
was. but,
I'm aware of that, but since we have a motion that's come to us with a blank, I think it's important to know that now that we filled in $1 million, how does that relate to the worth of the property there, the taxes and so forth?
Okay, well, and Byron, I hope you're listening and you'll correct me. I am going to interpret the numbers that Byron has worked up for us. So $1 million would be 2.3% of the current total taxable value in that TAD area. Now that TAD area is already experiencing a growth rate of 3.91%. However, as Greg pointed out, assuming the county figures are applicable in each TAD, the vast majority of that is just reassessed value, not new growth value. And what you're talking about requiring is $1 million of new growth value. That's all the interpretation I can give to it.
Okay. Well, could Byron add anything to that?
Am I on mute?
Not anymore.
I'm not sure I fully understand, Mr. Pruitt. But you're saying that the benchmark be within 5 years, at least $1 million in new growth be added to this $43 million in order for us to continue or consider continuing at that 5-year benchmark?
That's what that blank means. That's right.
Okay. Is there an option at the 5-year to reassess? Or is it
not if it's met? I mean, so the way it's written is if the benchmark's met, there's no option for the school district to back out. If the benchmark is not met, there's always the option for the school district to waive the escape clause, as Greg said, and go forward.
So with that logic, it's safer to go with a higher dollar amount, correct?
Right.
Like setting that benchmark a little higher, because if you look at just the estimated growth based off of the percentage, we would hit that within 2 years based off of historical growth anyway. So that benchmark might not be a very good benchmark for growth after 5 years. It would be my recommendation.
It concerns me that we don't seem to know what we're talking about here in terms of
Byron?
understanding what we're doing.
What if we doubled the rate of growth?
So if we're looking at
What would be the dollar amount
1, 2, 3, 4
after 5 years?
So I'm going to draw a line right here. Let me do something down here.
Yeah, so that one has a big growth already.
Based off of the existing growth, without even doing anything to it, the existing growth rate over the last 10 years, that average, that the taxable parcel value within that TAD is already looking like it's going to be over $9 million more than it was today, than where we're sitting at most recently. So to me, if it's going to be here, if we're going to be investing money into the area, you'd want to pick a figure that's well in excess of the $9 million to ensure that whatever investment you have in the area is going to be benefiting it in excess of whatever existing growth it's going to have anyway. Would you concur, Mike?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So the West Broad fill in the blank should be 10 million.
I would say double. I mean, if
20 million?
And what would that give us? So if they hit that benchmark, they get to keep the money, but if they don't hit that benchmark, we exit the tag. That's what I just want to understand.
Yeah, if they don't hit the benchmark, we exit the TAD. So we don't get any money back. It just means we don't participate after year 5.
And so, okay, so I from what I remember from the presentation at the board meeting, that was a 20-year commitment total. It wasn't piecemeal. And so was that by law? Is that legislated that it's 20 years, or is this just, is that actually the thing that you're trying to negotiate now?
No, 20 years was their proposal. That's not by law. It can be 20 years is frankly probably the minimum that you could do if you're actually going to attract developers and issue bonds to fund the infrastructure, which is typically how it works.
That's what I thought I heard. Okay. So if they've got to do this for 20 years, can we give them an agreement that says, you know what, if it's not where we wanted to be in 5, we're going to exit?
Yes, because what that means is either they're going to hit that growth target without having to issue bonds, because that's where, I think that's where the longer time frame is required. Or it means, and this is more likely, it means sometime within that 5-year period, they come to you and say, now we have a developer and now we have the specifics to show you. And based on that, we would like to amend this TAD. And that would be great, because then we know what we're dealing with.
Yeah, well, so I mean, if we're looking at West Broad, this isn't a brand new initiative. This has been going on for at least 10 or 15 years, or 10 years, 8 years, at least 8 years that I've been on the board, maybe even before that. And so I'm thinking that that's not really, I think that potential is just waiting on a couple of things to fall into place, and that's going to explode in there. And you can look at the transfer of ownership of property in that neighborhood and know that that's going to happen. So I'm not sure that your 10 million is going to be a high ceiling either. If you want to exit the TAD, I don't understand. Is our strategy to exit the TAD?
Well, again, we're talking about new economic growth, and that's something that when I said 18,
I don't know what that means.
It means it's every year property goes up in value. That's not what we're talking about. So we're talking about actually new construction, new addition. We're talking about tearing down a building that's worth $50,000 and building one that has on the tax digest is $150,000.
So that neighborhood is already under gentrification. And so, I mean, this is gonna happen. It's already happening. So what is it? What's the risk here? For the TAD? I don't understand.
Well, when you look at it realistically, what you're saying, Greg, I'm not going to agree with that. There are economic development going on in Athens right now. Holiday Inn there on Broad, it's being demolished. And from my understanding, I know the Bensons, they own that. They've already built a new hotel across the street there. And from my understanding, that's probably going to be a Marriott. And as Antoine mentioned a few minutes ago, look at what's going on Prince Avenue. The economic development is taking place in this city, and it's going to continue without these TADs.
I would tend to agree with that. And it encourages us to really think about, you know, if we have approved this one opportunity that opens up doors for us to work collaboratively, but we still don't know, again, we don't know what specific projects that are going to happen in the mall area. We know it's in need of a lot of different things, but there are some things that we won't know about. TADs, I mean, just from what I'm understanding, this economic development, while you have economic development on one hand, this small businesses, when we look at where the economic development is going to come from, it's probably going to come from larger businesses. These are not probably going to be locally owned small businesses. And yes, it may provide jobs. So I do think that that's a benefit. But then the other piece is that we are putting part of our budget on hold when we could also impact the economy simply by looking at ways in which we could give people raises. I mean, if we're going to say push pause and you all take this for 20 years and, you know, go basically flip it or increase it. And so I would just caution us as we, you know, we've entered into an agreement to figure out, have discussions about the mall TAD, is to move forward cautiously.
So are we in the middle of our votes now on these different TADs? So
That's
have
what
we
I was
decided
about to
for
say.
where are we?
I think we have a, it was for 1312.
There was a motion and we were waiting. I think Dr. Knox asked a question about what goes blank in.
Yes, for 12, right?
So
For
we're in
13, 12.
discussion.
Yes, and was there a resolution on what goes in the blank for 1312 for this TAD number 2? Did we?
I think it has to be at least 10 million, right? And
I heard 10 and I heard 20.
I would go with 10 because again, we're talking about new development and not simply increasing assessed value.
Okay, so it sounds like 10 is that a general?
Aaron has his hand up.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted
Mr. Schooneman?
I just wanted to confirm with Mike that that's the way that it's written. Is it the overall tax digest increase, or is it just the new growth that the fill in the blank that we're referring to? Is it both reassessment and new growth, or just new growth?
Just new growth.
And see, I don't have that data. What I have pulled is just the overall tax digest growth, which would include both components of the income.
Is that something that the county would provide to you in order for us to make that work?
I'm sure they could. I can go back and look at what I have. I don't really, all I have is the parcel values over time.
Right.
Overall digest over time. I don't have how much of that. I don't think I can drill down any more than I can with the information that I have. We'd have to go back to them and say, hey, historically within these TADs, how much was due to reassessment versus new growth?
Yeah.
They
Michigan,
use a software program that I think they could gather that data, but I mean, they couldn't give it to us. They'd have to generate it within their specialized software.
Whew.
And so this was the case as well for the one we just approved, right? But I know it was different in that
It was $1
there
million.
was not as much to lose. But if I'm understanding you correctly, we didn't have that information for the first one we voted on either.
Mhm.
Okay, so Mr. Pruitt, Dr. Thomas, or Mr. Schooneman, how would you recommend us moving forward at this time? We have a motion, a second. During discussion, there may be more information needed.
Do we know what the target number is for the motion that's pending? Who's the maker of that motion?
I can't remember.
I thought it was Antoine.
Was it Mr. Stevens?
Did you do West Rock, Antoine? Or was it you, Greg? I thought it was Antoine.
Greg and
Okay.
Byron, if we go on the percentage of new growth as being 1.64, I think that's what we had. Yeah, 1.64, that's correct. Overall. For the entire tax digest.
that's what we just had this last
With this last year. So if what we would want to do is if we doubled that in that area, in that tab with that 1.64, if we doubled that for this particular tab, that would be what, 3.28. And then couldn't we multiply that by the current assessed value? And it seemed like that would give us an amount that would show that the TAD made a difference.
Hope I'm not making any errors in this math here.
I am really nervous with us moving forward with this not.
Well, we're just gonna put a number and then you can vote it down. But just
what I did here is I just said out of the overall increase of 7.47%, if we break that down between two components, 1.64% and 5.83, the 1.64 makes up about 22% of that total. And so what I'm going to do, what I did in this column, is I'm saying, what's the average growth? The average growth, 22% of that is new growth versus reassessment. I'm just multiplying this by 22%. So then that would kind of give us a benchmark over 5 years of how much to add.
And so while you're doing that, I have a quick question.
And I would just warn, this math's getting kind of hairy here. So I mean, I just
yeah, and this is so unfair.
I think we need
I
to
have a
start.
question. Don't we usually give these people incentives when they come into these areas to do this development because it is a depressed area? And so the assessed value is going to be impacted by whatever incentives that the county would give in terms of their taxes, would it not?
So this concept is completely different than offering businesses a tax incentive to either relocate or build in that area.
Right, but what does that do? The incentives affect the assessed value of the development that they do, is what I'm asking.
I think Ms. Davis may, and this is my understanding from what I've been told, this has happened, is that if you create a TAD and then you do a tax abatement to induce an industry to come into that TAD, you just double dipped. You wiped out the whole premise for doing the TAD in the first place.
Absolutely.
But Mr. Pruitt, we don't have any control over whether there's a tax abatement, right?
Correct.
No.
And so, see, that goes back to my earlier point. When you say, hey, here you have this permission to do great things, and if there is any type of tax abatement, we may not even know about that because we don't have specific projects. There are other places that may have specific projects, I think like the Newton Bridge one. But right now, we don't know. For all we know, someone could come in the mall area, they could come in the West Broad area, they come in any of these areas. And I'm being I'm catastrophizing here. So I don't, I know it can be a good thing, but I guess I just want us to keep in mind that there is a level of uncertainty. And there is, we don't have control and final say over who gets an abatement. We don't have a final say on the projects. That rests with the mayor and commission. And so we definitely need to continue to build that relationship, as we move forward with the mall one and any other ones, because there are outcomes to this that we might not be aware of at this point.
But we do have a say, Dr. Gant. I mean, if our 3-2 authority board is accepted.
Well, but we don't have a say in if a company or a developer has any type of other incentives and things like that. That's not within our purview. And so what I'm saying is the very reason that we give them the space, right, is to create economic development. If in fact a developer comes in and gets any type of tax incentives or anything like that for a certain period of time, then it may not undo everything, but it seems like it may minimize the profit and the benefits to us in the long run when we do get that the money back at the end of the 20 years or whatever the term is.
So I was just going to say, and someone said it a few minutes ago, it seems uncomfortable to me that we're in the place of having to make these speculations. I feel like we need more information, and details should need to be provided to us. And again, I understand the timeline, and I don't know if for you all, this is something that you want us to try to get the numbers on, and you want to just have an opportunity to do this vote before the deadline. But I am just not comfortable now with us, no offense, Byron, but you even said it yourself. It's like we're trying to make up numbers, and it's 10 o'clock at night, and most of us have probably been going since 8 o'clock this morning. And so we're just trying to make it work. And I'm fine with making it work within reason, but is this ours to do? And are we now able to make an intelligent, informed decision? That's my only concern. I feel like now we're rushing to make something happen that we might not, we don't have to rush to make happen. And even if we want more information, let's get that from the people who are responsible for doing that. And then we can say, let's have a call Monday, or let's have a call meeting Tuesday, or whatever we need to do if the board wants to come back and vote on these individually. But I just don't feel like we're able to make an intelligent, responsible decision at this point with the information we have.
Thank you for that, Dr. Thomas, because I'm not concerned about their deadlines. I'm concerned about Clark County School District and educating children.
And I don't mind getting with attorney, I don't even know your name anymore, Mike, Attorney Pruitt and Mr. Schooneman, and we can get together tomorrow morning. We can reach out to ACC. We can tell them what we need. We can see if they can get it to us. If it is of interest and motivation to them, they should be able to do that. And I can get that information to Dr. Gant. And then we can find out from her what we want, if you all, how you want to proceed from that point. So I can prioritize getting this information. We can reach out in less than 12 hours and see what we can find out.
with that, can I take back my motion and table tabs 2 through 6? Would that be appropriate?
You've already voted on the first one. You can't do that.
I said tabs 2 through 6.
Oh,
2.
okay.
Just
Yes,
two.
you can, the maker of a motion can withdraw it if there's no objection from anyone else on the board.
Oh, yeah, withdraw it. I thought he was talking about going back to 1. I see what he's saying now. Yeah, that's fine.
I believe
Okay,
I made.
Mr. Davis, do you want to withdraw? Oh, or Mrs. Stevens?
Yes, ma'am, I withdraw that.
Okay, so the floor is back open for a motion.
I move that we go with our attorney's option in terms of that, starting with the second tab through the last one, that further discussion would take place on this, and then of course what the superintendent said a few minutes ago, bring it back to the board at a later date. And that could be sometime this month.
I would like to make an amendment, a friendly amendment to your motion.
Go
And
ahead.
that we rescind the first tab and include it in this entire package.
I don't think you can do that, can you, Mike? Because it's already been voted on.
You'd have to make a motion to reconsider. That motion would have to pass, and then you could make a motion to rescind.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to reconsider the first tab in view of the plans for the remaining tabs.
We're doing something out of order here now. I made a motion a few minutes ago. We got a second in terms of going with the option what Mike said from the second tab to the last one. We need to carry that motion first, then come back and do what you said.
Mr. Pruitt, can you advise?
Yes, I think Mr. Worthy's right, because we're at 12.2 on the agenda and there's a motion pending. So we need to finish that one and then we can come back to 12.1.
Yeah, you can't have two motions
Okay,
on the
and that
floor
was
simultaneously.
was that Miss Davis's motion?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
I've gotten confused. I'm sorry.
Mr. Worthy
It's too much
made the motion that's currently on the table.
Okay, and was there a second?
I'll
to that
second
motion?
it now.
Okay, all right. Any other discussion about that motion, Mr. Worthy's motion? Okay. Are we taking, Dr. Thomas, Mr. Pruitt, I'm sorry. I've got myself very confused here. We're going to take action on this and then we'll go back and reconsider one. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. All right.
Yes, you're right.
Okay.
I'm just reading
Thank you.
roll call.
Okay.
Right.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
We're going to reconsider
We don't even
one.
know what we're voting on. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
You're voting on the motion that I made with the option to discuss tab, the second tab through the last one, for further discussion with the superintendent, and superintendent would come back with a later date in terms of taking action on those tabs. And we
Okay,
got a second.
2 through
Right.
2 through 6.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes.
Dr. Yeager?
Yes.
Dr. Dykeman?
Yes.
Mr. Worthy?
Yes.
Dr. Gant?
Abstain.
Dr. Knox?
Yes.
Dr. Maddox?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion, all of what we just heard was approved. In essence, Dr. Thomas will continue conversations and bring back information as warranted.
And now Linda needs to make her motion again, because like I said, you can't have two motions on the floor simultaneously.
Great. I would like
Okay.
to move that we reconsider the motion for tab 1 and include it with the other 5 tabs.
I second that motion.
Okay. We have a motion by Ms. Davis for reconsidering tab 1. So that's found in item 1311, and a second by Mr. Worthy.
Point of order. Mike, is it true that the motion to reconsider has to come from someone that actually was on the prevailing side?
Yes.
Okay, that won't be me.
That's right.
But we can do a reconsider tonight, right? That is.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, okay.
It just has to be someone who voted yes.
Okay, thank you for that correction. So it sounds like Ms. Davis needs to withdraw her motion.
No, my motion's not valid.
Oh. No?
That's right.
Okay, okay.
The
All right.
German motion would be valid.
Always in order.
Well, according to the point of order,
All
now,
right,
someone
motion-
on the,
Go ahead, Mr. Worthy, the floor is open.
no, I was saying, according to the point of order from Dr. Knox, someone on the prevailing side needs to make that motion. I can't make it because I voted no.
That's right.
As did I.
I support keeping it the same, so not coming from.
So can we move on to the agenda?
Yes, it
Okay.
seems that no one from the prevailing side is willing to make a motion, Dr. Gant. So we have 2 through 6 going back for discussion so that we can get
That's
clarity
right.
on the blanks. I will get that information and get it to you, and it seems that number 1 stands.
Okay.
That's correct.
Sounds good. Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Knox and Mr. Pruitt. Okay, so we will move forward. I think that means that we are at item 14.
I move that we adjourn.
I think Charles should be able to say this time.
Oh, yeah, sorry, but take it back.
Charles, this is Charles's meeting.
Okay. Well, Madam Chair, let me say this before I make that motion. Dr. Thomas, thank you for the recognition tonight. And thanks for reading the proclamation from the mayor and commissioners. I thank you for that. And for what was said a few minutes ago, this may not be my last board meeting. But I'll say this to you all folks, and I'm not going to prolong the conversation on this. I'm going to do some famous quotes from Kenny Rogers' one of his hit songs, The Gambler. You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. So
know when to run.
Hopefully I'll be out of here tonight. Enjoy it. Okay, now I move that we adjourn.
All right, thank you, Mr. Worthy. All right, Ms. Davis for the second. Seeing that there are no objections, we are adjourned at 10:18.